Chapter 598. The three most dangerous places in Chaos Sea were Goldflow River, Mount Xianhuang, and Wanjie Ruins. Among them, Wanjie Ruins was the most famous because it was said to be a corner of the ruins left behind by a calamity. There were many dangerous places and ancient ruins. The dangerous places there were enough to kill a heavenly master. It was no less dangerous than Goldflow River. The ancient ruins there might contain a large number of treasures and inheritances. Any one of them would drive many forces in Chaos Sea crazy. As for the token, it was a special item in Wanjie Ruins. If one could carry the token with him in Wanjie Ruins, he might not be able to avoid all the dangers, but he could at least go through many dangerous places. Moreover, each token corresponded to a special world in Wanjie Ruins, which was equivalent to a safe cultivation space. It's like a protective amulet. Jiang Ci was full of smiles. It was a pleasant surprise. It was something that even a heavenly master would want. In the long years in Chaos Sea, there had been many battles because of the token in Wanjie Ruins. Many heavenly masters had died because of it. It was just that Riverward knew that once, more than 10 Empyreans waged a great battle for a token, and in the end, half of them fell. With this item, I can explore more places in Wanjie Ruins. This meant that there would be more precious treasures, more legacies, and more opportunities. It would be strange if they didn't go crazy. Jiang Ci shook his head and looked at another item. It was a gray stone token. When his spiritual consciousness touched the token, it seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. Buzz, the gray token trembled slightly and a colorful light appeared on its surface. Then, the light condensed into a figure. It looked like a human and was very similar to the living beings in the palace carvings. It wore a gray robe and had a simple face. During this process, Jiang Ci did not sense any danger. Therefore, he remained vigilant and did not leave. At this moment, the gray-robed figure spoke, "Successor, my name is Qing Shuang. When you see this image of me, it might be many eons later." The voice was low and it was speaking in an unknown language. However, the meaning was clearly conveyed to Jiang Ci through a special primordial spirit fluctuation. When one's strength reached a certain level, there was actually no need for words at all. One could communicate and understand each other through the fluctuations of their primordial spirits. How many eons later? Jiang Ci was secretly shocked. He had basically remembered all the famous experts in the Chaos Sea. However, Qing Shuang did not exist. Clearly, Qing Shuang was not a powerhouse of this era. His appearance is similar to the life forms in the palace carvings. He should be a powerhouse of that race. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the word ancient isn't enough to describe his existence. Jiang Ci was shocked as he listened to Qing Shuang's voice carefully. My race had a glorious past. They once broke through the heavens and made the higher realms bleed. But because of this, they fell into a trough and declined to the point where their race was almost annihilated. The 7 Holy Land universes of the race were all destroyed. Qing Shuang's gaze was deep and filled with disappointment and reminiscence. These simple words set off a storm in Jiang Ci's heart. The race that Qing Shuang belonged to not only had a mysterious space that monitored the entire Chaos Sea, but it also had 7 Holy Land universes. Truly abnormally strong, terrifyingly strong. But what was the higher realms? Were they the enemies in the battle in the relief carvings? Jiang Ci really wanted to ask Qing Shuang, but this was only an image. Qing Shuang would not answer him, nor did he reveal any more information about the higher realms. He only talked to himself. I was the last celestial sovereign of my race. I finally reached the end of my path before the eons. However, the path of eternity did not descend as scheduled. The punishment of that battle came in the end. They took away the opportunity of eternity from the Chaos Sea. They will no longer bestow it. At this point, Qing Shuang smiled bitterly. There was anger, indignation, and humiliation. But my race cannot be annihilated. He suddenly roared, his gaze sharp as a knife. I'm going to make one last gamble. I'm going to the endless void and break through into eternity. If I succeed, the Chaos Sea will once again appear in the eternal sacred land. My race will then be able to continue on without fear of the eons. If I fail, Qing Shuang fell silent. However, Jiang Xi was deeply shocked. He could now confirm that the higher realms mentioned by Qing Shuang were the enemies in the battle in the relief carvings. Qing Shuang's race was the descendants of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings who fought against the higher realms. At the same time, Jiang Xi was also puzzled. According to Qing Shuang, after the failure of that battle, the higher realms should have taken away the opportunity of eternity from the Chaos Sea and no longer bestowed the path of eternity. Then, how did the two sacred land universes in the Chaos Sea come about? Phew, Jiang Xi shook his head. He did not know how much time had passed. Many secrets had been buried by time. It was very difficult to find the answer. Perhaps, one day in the future, when his strength was enough to stand at the top of the Chaos Sea, he would be able to find out everything. At this moment, the silent Qing Shuang spoke again. If I fail, then my race will be wiped out by the eons. However, as a race that once caused the upper realms to bleed, even if we are to be annihilated, we must leave behind an indelible mark. The ruins of myriad worlds has existed for even longer than my race. It's a place that even the upper realms are wary of. It can guarantee that the things I leave behind will not be destroyed even after thousands of tribulations. Therefore, this time, other than bringing along my treasures to break through eternity, I have other treasures. The other treasures below rank 7 and the inheritance of my tribe are hidden in the deep space of the myriad world ruins. Inside this token is the map of the Chaos Sea that my race has collected for countless years. You can use it to reach that space. Latecomer, you can consider those supreme treasures as your reward. I hope that in the future, you can let the inheritance of my race reappear in the world and illuminate the entire Chaos Sea. This is not my request, because I can't ask a powerhouse who has gone through so many tribulations. At the end, Qing Shuang smiled and looked at the sky. Everything is done. This time, we will break through the heavens. That resolute figure gave off an unstoppable feeling. It was deeply engraved in Jiang Xi's mind. Thank you for your gift, Senior. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Qing Shuang seemed to have sensed it. He turned around and smiled. Then, suddenly, the figure condensed from the token disappeared. After everything calmed down and quietened down. Bang bang bang, Jiang Xi's heart raced. This was a huge surprise. The black token and the stone token were still there. There was no life left in this mysterious space. Obviously, Qing Shuang had failed to break through eternity. That powerful race had been completely wiped out by the calamity. The things that Qing Shuang had left behind must still be in the ruins of myriad worlds. The wealth of a heavenly master was already vast. What Qing Shuang had left behind was the inheritance and treasures of his race. One must know that this race was once extremely powerful. Those terrifying existences only needed one whip to leave a mark. It had become one of the 3 perilous lands, Golden River. Even though this race had declined to the extreme, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if a hair was plucked, it would still be stronger than the current 4th universe's human race. One could imagine that if he could take back the inheritance and treasures, not only would he benefit, but the entire human race would become stronger. I'm rich. Jiang Xi was extremely excited. He reached out and grabbed the black token and the stone token. He used his spiritual consciousness to check the token. Indeed, there was a huge amount of information stored inside. It almost included the map of the entire Chaos Sea. Compared to this, the map that Master gave me back then is really just a corner of this. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. Just this map alone was invaluable. Thinking about it, it made sense. Qing Shuang's race could use the lake and spatial whirlpool in this mysterious space to monitor the entire Chaos Sea. It was not strange for them to be able to collect this map. In addition, Jiang Xi did not think of hiding this map. With this map, the experts of the human tribe will be able to explore more places in the Chaos Sea and obtain more opportunities. From when Venerable Ming suppressed the two heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race in a rage to now seeing Qing Shuang's image. Riverward also understood the significance of being the leader of the tribe and the pillar of the tribe. He was not just Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi of the human race. Although he was still a rank 5 true lord, his actual combat strength had long surpassed that of an Aeon realm Dao lord. He could definitely be called one of the pillars of the race. He had the responsibility and obligation to support the race. Moreover, the Chaos Sea was so big. If he only had the strength of one person, he might not be able to explore it all by the time the next calamity arrived. Only by sharing the map with the other experts of the race would its value be greater. At the same time, Jiang Xi already had a plan for the next step of his cultivation. Next, I'll cultivate in this mysterious space. When my Grotto Heaven world is finished expanding, I'll go out and explore. Once the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world was completed, his actual combat strength would rise to another level. Even if he did not use the Heaven Connecting Tower, he would still have Universe Realm combat strength. At that time, he would have a greater chance of finding the precious treasure component that was attracted to the 6th layer mountain range. Then, he would go to the Myriad World's ruins to find what Qing Shuang had left behind. In the boundless Chaos Sea, about 200 million light-years deep in the inner area of the Golden Flow River. Huge stone pillars that were as thick as light-years stood in the Golden River water. In the area between the stone pillars, there were countless water whirlpools that sometimes condensed and sometimes dissipated. You've already figured out the secret technique to open up a universe. No wonder Prime said that you're the next most promising heavenly venerate in the Chaos Sea. I've lost. I admit defeat. Whoosh. After saying that, he did not say anything else and teleported away. The next most promising heavenly venerate? Dao Lord Nine Clouds stayed where he was and shook his head with a smile. The paragons of the two Holy Land universes have never appeared in the Chaos Sea. They're only famous and mysterious. The paragons of the Red Lotus Holy Land actually gave me such an evaluation. Then, they asked the Dao Lords of the Red Lotus Holy Land to challenge me for a trial battle. He had experienced this many times. He often encountered the Dao Lords of the two Holy Land universes who came to challenge him. 9 Clouds, 9 Clouds. At that moment, Dao Lord 9 Clouds' avatar in the 4th universe received a message from Ming Zun. Ha, 9 Clouds, I just defeated 2 heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race and resolved the danger of the bounty. At the same time, I obtained a set of 4 6th-tier true treasures from them. This is a joyous occasion for the human race. Quickly inform the other Dao Lords. Resolve the danger. 4 6th-tier true treasures. Dao Lord 9 Clouds' eyes widened in surprise. This was a great blessing for the entire human race. He did not have time to think too much and hurriedly informed the other Dao Lords. Soon, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Clear Flame, Dao Lord Shirzun, Dao Lord Mi Luo, and the others all received the news. Apart from Jiang Xi, who already knew about this, the other Dao Lords of the human race were all shocked and excited. In the Chaos Sea, 7th-tier true treasures only existed in legends. No powerhouse had ever seen a 7th-tier true treasure. Therefore, 6th-tier true treasures were the treasures that determined the depth of each race's foundation. As a pinnacle race, if they did not have a powerful 6th-tier true treasure, their foundation would be a little weak. The human race of the 4th universe was the strongest pinnacle race in this universe. However, before Ming Zun obtained the Armillary Staff, the entire race only had one 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure, which was also with Ming Zun. Essence Soul True Treasures could only protect one's life and did not increase one's strength by much. This situation only improved after Ming Zun obtained the Armillary Staff from the Armillary Immortal Abode. However, Compared to the many factions in the Chaos Sea, their foundation was still too weak. They only had 2 6th-tier true treasures. Now, they suddenly became rich. In the fourth universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the human Tao Lords gathered again for a Tao Lord meeting. In the past few hundred years, our human race has really had one happy event after another. To be honest, when I received the news just now, I still couldn't believe it. Only now do I dare to confirm it. That's right. Ming Zun first obtained the Armillary Staff, and now he obtained 4 6th-tier true treasures from the Heavenly Feather race. From today onwards, our human race's position in the fourth universe is really unshakable. Ever since Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was suppressed, the demons and ghosts who didn't dare to fight with us have always wanted to suppress us. They should be obedient in the future. In front of the huge stone table, except for Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's seat which was empty, Ming Zun and the 23 Tao Lords were all present. This time, everyone's faces were filled with smiles as they chatted excitedly. After a while, Ming Zun smiled and knocked on the table. Everyone. The Tao Lords immediately quietened down and turned their gazes to Ming Zun. Jiang Xi also looked over. I called everyone here today to celebrate, and also to distribute these 4 6th-tier true treasures, Ming Zun said with a smile. The Tao Lords were stunned. Some hesitated, some were tempted. Ming Zun, this is what you obtained from the battle. You should keep it for yourself. Tao Lord 9 Firmament frowned slightly. That's right, Heavenly Venerable. These true treasures will be more useful in your hands. The true treasures we have are enough. Heavenly Venerable, you should keep them for yourself. The other Tao Lords also spoke. Ming Zun shook his head and smiled. I have a 6th-tier offensive true treasure and an essence soul true treasure. It's enough. In terms of armor and defense, with my strength, there shouldn't be many in the Chaos Sea who can threaten me in close combat. There's even less of a need for a flying true treasure. If someone is stronger than me, even a 6th-tier flying true treasure would be useless. The Tao Lords present all had rather complicated looks on their faces. At this moment, there was no internal competition. There was only unity. Jiang Xi also sighed. The importance of a 6th-tier true treasure was self-evident. It could greatly increase the strength of a Heavenly Venerable. However, Ming Zun still took it out without any hesitation. I've already thought about it. Ming Zun spoke again. These 4 6th-tier true treasures are for offensive, defensive, flying, and essence soul true treasures. The offensive true treasure will be given to 9 Firmament, the defensive true treasure will be given to Yan Qing, and the flying true treasure will be given to Shi Zun. As for the essence soul true treasure, I'll give it to Jiang Xi. Do you have any objections? The Tao Lords exchanged glances. There was nothing wrong with the distribution of the first 3 treasures. However, did Jiang Xi have the right to give the essence soul true treasure to him? However, no one raised any objections because the true treasures belonged to Ming Zun. He could give them to whoever he wanted. Tao Lord 9 Firmament glanced at Jiang Xi and shook his head. Ming Zun, I'll pass. In the Chaos Sea, only Heavenly Venerables can threaten me. It doesn't mean much to me whether or not I have a 6th-tier offensive true treasure. You should give it to Pure Wind. Besides, it happens to be a sword-type offensive true treasure. Pure Wind is more suitable than me. Tao Lord Pure Wind was the leader of Sword Gate and also a Universe Realm Tao Lord. His strength was ranked in the top 5 of the human race. Master. Jiang Xi wanted to speak. He understood Tao Lord 9 Firmament's intentions. His master's attainments in the Sword Tao were not low. With a sword-type 6th-tier true treasure, his strength would definitely be stronger. Now that he took the initiative to give it away, it was completely out of consideration for him so that he could successfully obtain the 6th-tier essence soul true treasure. Humans could not be completely selfless. Everyone had their own selfish motives and everyone wanted a 6th-tier true treasure. However, if both master and disciple were to obtain a sixth-tier true treasure, one could imagine that even if the other Tao lords did not say anything, they would definitely have a knot in their hearts. However, before he could say anything, he was stopped by Tao Lord Nine Firmament's gaze. Jiang Xi could only give up. Although he did not interact much with his master, he knew that Tao Lord Nine Firmament's intentions. However, he was well aware of some of Tao Lord Nine Firmament's small actions. When I obtain Senior Qing Shuang's inheritance in the future, I'll let master choose if there are better true treasures in there. Jiang Xi thought to himself. However, at that moment, someone spoke up for Jiang Xi. Nine Firmament, that's not appropriate. We can all see your contributions to the human race. A sixth-tier offensive true treasure is more suitable for you, a skinny old man with a sword on his back spoke. It was Tao Lord Pure Wind. Pure Wind, there's no need to decline. A sixth-tier true treasure won't be of much help to me, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said with a smile. Tao Lord Pure Wind wanted to say something else. Ming Ming knocked on the table and smiled. Let's do as Nine Firmament says then. The sixth-tier sword true treasure will be given to Pure Wind. That way, the human race will have another invincible Tao Lord. No one said anything else about such an allocation. Neither did they question whether Jiang Xi was qualified to obtain a sixth-tier essence soul true treasure. As Jiang Xi's master, Tao Lord Nine Firmament had taken the initiative to give up a sixth-tier offensive true treasure, what else could they say? If they were to question him, they would be offending him. Everyone, there's a reason why I'm giving the sixth-tier essence soul true treasure to Jiang Xi, Ming 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 smiled again. All the Tao lords looked over in confusion. Many of you might not be aware of Jiang Xi's strength, Ming 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 smiled. Actually, Jiang Xi's current combat strength can already be ranked in the top 5 of the human race. He shouldn't be much weaker than Pure Wind. The moment that was said, apart from Tao Lord Nine Firmament, everyone was shocked. Before long, someone thought of something. They had noticed it when the Heavenly Feather race issued the bounty previously. That bounty token separately listed the reward for killing Riverward. It was a rank 6 supreme treasure. That reward was enough to show how important Jiang Xi was to the Heavenly Feather race. However, the Heavenly Feather race did not announce the details of the battle between Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Jia Fa. Therefore, everyone was only puzzled at that time but did not know the reason. They thought that Jiang Xi had offended the Heavenly Feather race. At that moment, while everyone was shocked, Ming Ming seemed to know what they were thinking and continued, "You guys are right. Not long ago, Jiang Xi was surrounded by Tao Lord Jia Fa, Tao Lord Quan Yu and Tao Lord Fang Su of the Heavenly Feather race. Then, he killed the 3 of them and attracted the bounty from the Heavenly Feather race." Hiss. The Tao Lords all sucked in cold breaths of air, their faces filled with shock. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race were not nameless and were quite famous in Chaos Sea. Not many of the human Tao Lords present were confident of killing the 3 of them in a single battle. I got lucky as well. The environment was special and they couldn't escape, Jiang Xi said humbly. The Tao Lords were still in disbelief. Even if the environment was special, the strength of Tao Lord Jia Fa and the others was obvious. This time round, everyone had no objections. Jiang Xi was definitely qualified to obtain a 6th-tier essence spirit cardinal treasure. Compared to them, even though Jiang Xi had been in seclusion for 80,000 years in a special space, his cultivation time did not even add up to 100,000 years. The future of a genius like him was immeasurable. Among them, the youngest had already lived for more than 100 million eras. Chapter 599. In the 4th universe, at the human Tao Lords meeting. When Venerable Ming Ming told them about Jiang Xi's strength and battle achievements, all the Tao Lords were convinced. In fact, Jiang Xi was convinced too. Venerable Ming Ming's selfless contribution strengthened his previous thoughts. He decided to contribute the map left behind by Qing Shuang. Venerable Ming Ming, and everyone. Jiang Xi suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. I have something too. I'll take this opportunity to offer it to the race. He smiled. Oh. What is it? The upper echelons of the human race, including Venerable Ming Ming, were curious. Not long ago, I obtained a map of the Chaos Sea by chance in Golden River, Jiang Xi continued. Map? How big is it? Is it about the 3 lands of peril? Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked at the same time. The eyes of the other Tao Lords lit up as well. When exploring the Chaos Sea, besides strength, the most important thing was a map. Without a map, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Chaos Sea. This was because the map marked the safe path and the information of the various danger zones. They could use this to avoid a large number of dangers. Among them, the most important was the map of the 3 lands of peril. Not only were there dangers, but there were also a large number of treasures and inheritances. Having a map meant having the opportunity to explore these treasures and inheritances. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Jiang Xi smiled and said, all of them. Everyone was stunned. The entire map of the Chaos Sea, including the 3 lands of peril and the various danger zones. In the starry sky where the Tao Lords were gathered, only Jiang Xi's loud voice was left. Everyone else fell silent. They were completely stunned, including Venerable Ming Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. These 2 words echoed in their minds. Finally, someone could not help but take deep breaths. Excited. But immediately after, everyone began to doubt the authenticity of Jiang Xi's words. It was impossible not to doubt it. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, no faction had ever collected the entire map of the Chaos Sea. Even the 2 Holy Land universes could not do it. Is what you said true? Are you sure? Honored Ming also found it hard to maintain his composure as his eyes were filled with excitement. Jiang Xi, explain it in detail or make it appear. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments took a deep breath. Jiang Xi nodded and said solemnly, this map contains too much information. It may take a long time for it to appear, and, don't worry, you can just manifest it. This sky-connecting mountain and river diagram is the safest place. You don't have to worry about it being stolen by other forces. Honored Ming said solemnly. After that, Jiang Xi began to display the map information in the stone token in this starry sky. All kinds of complicated paths, spatial whirlpools, coordinates, information about danger zones, and so on appeared one by one in the starry sky. This wasn't something that could be materialized in a year or 2. The boundless primal Chaos Sea was just too huge. A map that included the entire primal Chaos Sea naturally required a huge amount of information to be recorded completely. Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shizun, Tao Lord Pure Wind, and the other Tao Lords were all looking at the map that Jiang Xi had materialized with excitement and seriousness. At the same time, at the end of the endless void in the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram, inside the spherical celestial body with the chaos fog churning inside, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's statue changed. His eyes flickered with 5-colored brilliance as if he was recording everything. Jiang Xi. A faintly discernible voice seemed to ring out in this space. But you offered this map for free, which is a great contribution to the race. In terms of value, it's at least a 7th-tier true treasure, which is 10,000 true treasure points, but you also know that our race's treasury is accumulated from everyone's contributions for countless eras. Although there are many treasures, they're not as valuable as this map. Therefore, the race doesn't have anything of equivalent value to repay you. Jiang Xi nodded gently. The human race's treasury was limited. It was accumulated from the contributions of more than 20 Tao Lords and Tomorrow Venerable. The contributions of the Tao Lords were considered small. It was mainly Tomorrow Venerable. The large number of treasures that Tomorrow Venerable had obtained in the Chaos Sea were all directly placed in the human race's treasury. He didn't take anything in return. It was completely free. It was as if he was the patriarch of the entire race, looking after the entire race. So this time, I can only give you 5,000 true treasure points, Tomorrow Venerable said with a deep gaze. Tomorrow Venerable, you're giving it all for free. Moreover, I've already taken a 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure. Jiang Xi hurriedly said. I'm different from you. What you need is strength. Tomorrow Venerable shook his head. There's no need to refuse. 5,000 true treasure points is all. You can't get more even if you want more. If you really want to contribute more to the race, then you should step into the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Jiang Xi nodded seriously and sighed. The human race relied on these Tao Lords, Tomorrow Venerable, and the legacy left behind by Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament to achieve what they were today. Everyone had been working hard in the Chaos Sea, accumulating strength for the race bit by bit. Soon, I'll be able to hold up the sky, Jiang Xi thought to himself. After the Tao Lord meeting ended, Jiang Xi took some time to return to Goldflow River and obtained the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure from Tomorrow Venerable. Then, he returned to the mysterious monitoring space and continued to cultivate there. He had the protection of the Heavenly Tower and was not afraid of the danger of the huge space whirlpool. He could enter and leave this mysterious space safely. In the following days, Jiang Xi did not idle while waiting for the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world to complete. He refined the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure and deduced Tao techniques at the same time, he also took some time to study the map of the ruins of myriad worlds in preparation for exploring the things left behind by Qing Shuang. Cultivation knew no time, especially for experts with long lives. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, was no different from a second. Just like that, 500 years passed quickly. On this day, in the depths of the 4th universe's space interlayer, Rumble, the Grotto Heaven world called the Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven completed its expansion with the last violent tremor. Jiang Xi's clone stood high in the sky, his mind merged with this huge world. Everything here was under his control. A diameter of 2 billion light-years. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Then, with a thought, the world energy that had become even more powerful poured into his body. During this process, his physical strength and essence soul strength were rapidly increasing, and his strength was transforming. Finally, after the transformation was completed, an even more powerful aura spread out. A universe realm Tao Lord. Jiang Xi was sure that even without the Heavenly Tower, he could fight a universe realm Tao Lord. If he used the Heavenly Tower, he would be even stronger. Moreover, in 500 years, he had not only completed the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world. He had also successfully refined the 6th-tier Essence Soul True Treasure and made up for the weakness of his Essence Soul defense. Compared to a Heavenly Venerable, I'm still far from it. However, at least I can protect myself. I can go on an adventure without worry. Jiang Xi smiled. This time, he went out mainly for two things. First, he wanted to explore the treasure parts that were attracted to the 6th-tier mountain. Second, he wanted to go to the ruins of myriad worlds to find the things left behind by Qing Shuang. Both of these things had a certain degree of risk. This was also the reason why he waited until his strength had improved before going out. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived in the air above the lake in the mysterious space. There were more than 100,000 normal-sized spatial vortexes in the air, corresponding to the surveillance images in the lake. With the map in hand, he already knew the location of each surveillance image. Buzz! Jiang Xi's 6th-tier mountain armor was still trembling violently. In fact, ever since he entered this mysterious space, the attraction of the 6th-tier mountain had never subsided. However, he endured it. He endured it for hundreds of years, waiting until his strength had improved before going out to explore. Mount Xianhuang. Jiang Xi looked at one of the spatial vortexes. The aura of the supreme treasure was coming from there. The corresponding surveillance image below also showed a special space. The location of that special space was near one of the 3 great forbidden lands, Mount Xianhuang. If it's really Mount Xianhuang, then things are serious. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure. Let's go take a look. Then, he drove the heavenly tower into the spatial vortex. Boom! There were also endless spatial wind blades in this vortex channel. The terrifying power was enough to instantly kill a heavenly venerable. However, the special treasure, the heavenly tower, was not afraid of these spatial wind blades at all. It was safely swept to the other end of the channel by the powerful suction force. Half a month later, the suction force weakened again. This indicated that they were about to reach their destination. Jiang Xi regained control of the heavenly tower and quickly flew through the vortex channel. Before long, they reached the end of the channel. Whoosh! The heavenly tower successfully passed through the vortex channel and arrived at the other end of the special space. This special space was similar to the one in the inner zone of Gold Flow River. It was empty except for a huge spatial vortex in the middle that swallowed everything. However, this was not the focus of Jiang Xi's attention. At this moment, he was staring at the 6th-tier mountain armor on his body. Buzz buzz buzz. The trembling of this supreme treasure had reached its peak. If he hadn't refined it long ago, this supreme treasure would have left him. The aura of this supreme treasure is everywhere. It must have reached stage 8, right? Jiang Xi was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. He could clearly sense the aura of a supreme treasure that was 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times more powerful than a 6th-grade supreme treasure permeating this space. And the source was not here. It was even further away. Over there. Jiang Xi looked in a direction whoosh. He controlled the heavenly tower, withstanding the suction force of the spatial vortex, and arrived in front of the spatial barrier. There was also a spatial crack here. It was 100,000 kilometers long and 10,000 kilometers wide. This was similar to the special space in the inner zone of Gold Flow River. There were also spatial cracks. The supreme treasure's aura came from this spatial crack. Then, through the spatial vortex here, it was transmitted to the mysterious monitoring space. Then, through another spatial vortex, it was transmitted to the special space in Gold Flow River. Finally, the supreme treasure's aura was transmitted to the inner zone of Gold Flow River through the spatial crack in that special space. Tao Lord Jia Fa and I sensed it. Riverward came to a sudden realization and instantly understood the reason for all of this. According to the map left behind by Senior Qing Shuang, there are more than 100,000 spatial vortexes in the monitoring space corresponding to more than 100,000 special spaces. These special spaces are all complete, and the barrier is extremely difficult to destroy. Now, these 2 special spaces that have been destroyed have become the passageway for the Supreme Treasure's aura to be transmitted. Coincidentally, the Supreme Treasure's aura has attracted the 6th-tier mountain. Jiang Xi felt that the Supreme Treasure's aura was directed at the 6th-tier mountain. The barrier of the special space was indeed difficult to destroy, but if it was a stage 8 supreme treasure or even a higher grade supreme treasure, it would definitely have the strength to break the barrier. Compared to that unknown supreme treasure, it seems that the 6th-tier mountain is the supreme treasure component. Perhaps after I brought the 6th-tier mountain to the Chaos Sea, I was sensed by that unknown supreme treasure. At this point, Jiang Xi was still a little worried. He was worried that this was a trap. Let's go and take a look. With my current strength, even a heavenly venerable will find it difficult to keep me here. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xi no longer hesitated. At the same time, he was highly focused and maintained a battle-ready posture. According to the map, this special space is located in a dangerous place near Mount Xianhuang. The Supreme Treasure's aura is so powerful. Perhaps it has already been discovered by other experts. No matter what, I still have to be careful. If a large number of experts have gathered outside, then I'll just retreat. Jiang Xi thought to himself. The spatial vortexes in the special space were very powerful. They were a threat to other experts, but to him, they were life-saving means. Swoosh! He passed through the spatial rift in front of him and arrived outside. What the fuck? As soon as he arrived outside, Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. In the vast chaos sea, the gray fog of chaos was constantly churning and surging. Countless abyssal rifts, mixed with terrifying lightning and thunder, spread down from the endless void. The power was enough to destroy a universe realm Tao Lord. Jiang Xi was at the edge of an abyssal rift. If he was not careful, he would be struck by the lightning and thunder. However, this was not his focus at all. At that moment, his gaze was completely attracted by another gigantic celestial body in the distance. A towering mountain that seemed to reach the heavens stood in the middle of Chaos Sea. Around the mountain, there were also countless abyssal rifts that flickered with lightning of various colors. The churning gray fog of chaos poured out from the abyssal rifts and poured down the mountain like a waterfall. It was majestic and spectacular. However, this spectacular scene represented terror and danger. Even if a heavenly venerable were to accidentally fall into the abyssal rift, they would not be left with a corpse. Therefore, any expert who came to Mount Xianhuang to explore would be shocked. The first time they saw this mountain, they would be filled with reverence. However, it was different for Jiang Xi. He was a little stunned and the joy in his heart surged uncontrollably. It's really Mount Xianhuang. Jiang Xi's eyes were fixed on the dark mountain peak in the distance. He could clearly sense that the source of attraction of Mount Xianhuang came from there. The omnipresent aura of the supreme treasure also filled this vast world. That was why there were no experts guarding outside the spatial rift. That supreme treasure was Mount Xianhuang, and it stood in the middle of Chaos Sea. There was no need to guard it, and it could not be guarded. There's a scene in the relief sculpture. There's a towering mountain that directly killed a group of experts with 3 heads and 6 arms. Previously, Jiang Xi had a guess, but before he saw it with his own eyes, he did not dare to confirm it. Now, he finally confirmed that Mount Xianhuang was that towering mountain. To be precise, Mount Xianhuang was the main body of that towering mountain, and Mount Xianhuang was an incomplete part of it. What grade of supreme treasure should this be? Rank 9. Rank 10. Jiang Xi's breathing became hurried. He had nothing to worry about now. This was not a trap, but a super great opportunity. What was Mount Xianhuang? It was one of the 3 great lands of Chaos Sea. If he refined Mount Xianhuang, it would really be heaven-defying. Whoever it suppressed would die. A moment later, Jiang Xi regained his composure. He was not dazzled by the sudden surprise. He thought of many things. Countless years ago, Mount Xianhuang was one of the 3 great lands of peril. With the aura of this supreme treasure everywhere, I'm sure everyone knows that Mount Xianhuang is a supreme treasure of unknown grade. Therefore, in these long years, many experts must have tried to subdue and refine this supreme treasure. But now, Mount Xianhuang is still standing in the middle of Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi looked at the towering mountain in the distance with a deep gaze. It was obvious that Mount Xianhuang was not something he could refine just because he wanted to. There must be some difficulty in doing so. Let's try it first. Whoosh! Next, Jiang Xi kept teleporting in the direction of Mount Xianhuang without stopping for a moment. The closer he got, the more he felt the terror of this towering mountain. The heavy aura that rushed at him seemed to be able to suppress everything. The pressure on his body and soul was extremely strong. Dong dong dong, it was as if a heavy hammer was pounding on his body and soul. At the same time, the aura of the supreme treasure was also constantly strengthening. When Jiang Xi finally got within 100 light-years of this behemoth, the powerful aura of the supreme treasure had finally reached another level, reaching the level of a 9th stage supreme treasure. The pressure on my body and soul has also undergone a qualitative change. It's even stronger. Jiang Xi also felt the pressure. After the grotto heaven world completed its continuous expansion, with the help of the power of the world, his body and soul had also undergone a continuous transformation. At this moment, his body was comparable to a Tier 5 supreme treasure. Even a heavenly venerable would have to put in a lot of effort to truly harm his body. The strength of his soul had also increased from a flood-level Tao Lord to an Eon-level Tao Lord. It could be said that there were not many places that could make him feel pressured anymore. Now, he was still 100 light-years away from Mount Xianhuang, but the pressure was already very uncomfortable. In this position, even an Eon-level Tao Lord would find it difficult to move an inch. Jiang Xi shook his head and continued forward despite the pressure. At this point, he did not dare to teleport anymore and flew forward carefully. If he teleported again, he might fall into the abyssal rift at any time. According to the records of Azure Frost's map, Mount Xianhuang is 900 million light-years tall. The pressure brought by the heavy aura is a pressure on the body and soul. It's also a tempering. The experts of the various factions not only come to Mount Xianhuang to search for treasures and opportunities. There are also many experts who come here to borrow the pressure of this mountain to temper their bodies and souls. They treat this place as a cultivation holy land. As Jiang Xi flew, he recalled the information about Mount Xianhuang in his mind. Therefore, it was easier to encounter experts from other factions here. However, he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, nor did he restrain his aura. He continued to approach Mount Xianhuang. Swoosh! A golden light flew over from afar and soon entered the range of his vision, heading straight for Jiang Xi. That powerful aura caused people to be alarmed. Chapter 600. The golden light whistled over, but Jiang Xi took the initiative to stop and looked over with a smile. He had long discovered the other party. I actually met an expert of the human camp here. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The golden light stopped in front of Jiang Xi. It was a Tao Lord who looked similar to a human. His body looked like it was made of gold, and his entire body shone with golden light. This person's name was Tao Lord Qilong, and he was the patriarch of the Aurum race, one of the top races of the Fourth Universe. In terms of strength, he was a Universe Tao Lord. Tao Lord Qilong had joined the human camp long before the Fourth Universe evolved. He usually roamed the 3 great danger zones of the Chaos Sea and had many tricks up his sleeves. He was very good at staying alive. In the Chaos Sea, he was an existence that many Tao Lords were unwilling to provoke. However, at this moment, Tao Lord Qilong was full of smiles. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, my spiritual sense discovered you from afar. I heard that you were roaming the Goldflow River, so I didn't dare to recognize you at first. Only when I got closer did I dare to confirm it. I'm so happy to see an expert of the human camp in Mount Xianhuang. I'm also very happy to see you, Tao Lord Qilong. Jiang Xi smiled sincerely. In the Fourth Universe, the Aurum race was the strongest ally of the human race. Apart from their different races, they were as close as family. I've heard of your accomplishments. When you first entered the Chaos Sea, you killed 3 of the top Universe Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. After 500 to 600 years, given the speed at which your strength increases, I'm sure I'm no longer your match. Tao Lord Qilong praised. You jest, Tao Lord Qilong. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. It wasn't easy to receive praise from Tao Lord Qilong. However, his current strength had indeed surpassed Tao Lord Qilong's. Then, the 2 of them continued flying towards Mount Xianhuang together while chatting. I remember that Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments are in the Goldflow River. Why are you here? Tao Lord Qilong asked. Under such circumstances, most human experts would choose to roam the Goldflow River because they could receive timely reinforcements from other races. Therefore, it was rather strange for Jiang Xi to suddenly appear in Mount Xianhuang alone. I'm here to use the pressure of Mount Xianhuang to temper my body and soul, Jiang Xi said casually. At this moment, in order to prevent other powerhouses from noticing the abnormality, he had already put away the 6-layer mountain. Oh. Dao Lord Qilong was rather surprised. Then, he smiled again. Most of the experts of the nearly 100 factions in the Chaos Sea came here to temper their bodies and essence souls. I've been here for quite some time, so there are some things I can tell you. Thank you very much. Jiang Xi cupped his hands in thanks. He had learned some information about Mount Xianhuang from the human race's database, but it wasn't much because human powerhouses rarely ventured into Mount Xianhuang. As for the information in Azure Frost's map, it was only a map. There was no information about the powerhouses. Taoist Lord Qilong smiled. Mount Xianhuang is different from Gold Flow River. The whirlpools in the inner area of the flowing Gold River did not follow any pattern. They could appear at any time. He had to be vigilant at all times in order to avoid danger. The dangers of Mount Xianhuang are the abyssal rifts and lightning. However, these dangers can be seen and can be prevented in advance. He pointed at the terrifying rifts that spread down from the endless void. The location and size of those abyssal rifts rarely change. The areas between the two abyssal rifts are relatively safe. Some of the larger safe areas have become the cultivation bases of many powerhouses. I know a little about that. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Mount Xianhuang mainly had 36 large safe areas. The length, width, and height of each area were at least light years. Dao Lord Qilong shook his head. I'm talking about the powerhouses cultivating here. There are 3 of them that you need to pay special attention to. They are Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe, and Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon of the Second Universe. Jiang Xi listened carefully. This was important information. Dao Lord Qilong continued, Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink comes from the Holy Land universe. He's not afraid of the calamity, so he's very aloof and has an excellent personality. As long as you respect him and don't anger him, there won't be any danger. Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon has a violent personality. Her blood moon spacetime has always enveloped the space within hundreds of millions of kilometers around her. You absolutely can't go near that space, or you'll be in danger of dying. Actually, these 2 are fine. As long as you don't provoke them, you'll be fine. The most troublesome one is Heavenly Venerate Evil. At this point, Dao Lord Qilong's expression became very serious. Jiang Xi's heart trembled. He had long memorized the information of many powerhouses in Chaos Sea, including those Heavenly Venerates. There were many Heavenly Venerate powerhouses. Some were good at physical annihilation, some were good at essence spirit attacks, and some did not have 6th-grade supreme treasures. And Heavenly Venerate Evil, a lone traveler from the First Universe, was one of the terrifying existences. There were so many Heavenly Venerate powerhouses in Chaos Sea. The fact that he dared to use the word evil as his name already showed his strength. In fact, in terms of actual combat strength, Heavenly Venerate Evil was not outstanding. He could only be considered ordinary. Heavenly Venerate Evil could be considered terrifying mainly because he was a special life form. His talent was in attacking the essence spirit. Later on, he used his talent as the foundation to create an even stronger essence spirit secret technique. Combined with the projection of a miniature universe, it formed a powerful spacetime domain called the Evil Prison Spacetime. This special spacetime domain had a strong impact on the essence spirit will. Heavenly Venerate Evil's battle with other Heavenly Venerates is average, but he has an absolute advantage against us Dao Lords. Dao Lord Qilong sighed. Once he uses the Evil Prison Spacetime, even the essence spirit of a Heavenly Venerate will be affected. As for us Dao Lords, our essence spirits will probably fall into a daze and be slaughtered by him. Jiang Xi nodded solemnly. He could imagine how terrifying it was. Unless one had a heavenly venerate essence spirit or a 6th grade essence spirit true treasure, they could resist the impact of the evil prison spacetime. Although I have a 6th grade essence spirit true treasure, I have to be careful, Jiang Xi thought to himself. After all, his essence spirit was only at the level of an Aeon Realm Tao Lord. Tao Lord Qi Long shook his head and sighed. Moreover, Heavenly Venerate Evil doesn't have any race ties, so he doesn't have any scruples and does as he pleases. He's not afraid of causing trouble at all. Therefore, everyone will take a detour when they encounter Heavenly Venerate Evil. If it weren't for Heavenly Venerate Qingyan from the Great Sky Sacred Land, other Tao Lords like me and I would have left the safety zones of Mount Xianhuang long ago. Jiang Xi smiled and said bluntly, there must be other benefits to staying here. Sure enough, Tao Lord Qi Long also smiled. Of course, Heavenly Venerate Qingyan has a good personality. Occasionally, he will publicly preach and impart his cultivation insights to everyone, allowing us Tao Lords to gain a lot. After all, there are too few Heavenly Venerates who are willing to teach us like this, so we don't want to leave. Besides, Heavenly Venerate Evil will also give face to the safety zone where Heavenly Venerate Qingyan is. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. It seemed that Heavenly Venerate Qingyan from the Great Sky Sacred Land had quite a bit of prestige. There were 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea, the Great Sky Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Land was stronger because in terms of size, the Great Sky Sacred Land was larger. There's one more thing. You've just arrived here, so you must be careful. Heavenly Venerate Evil likes to change his appearance. Usually, those who haven't seen him before won't know his aura fluctuations. Therefore, you might be fooled by him. If you don't know him, it's very easy to anger him and attract a fatal calamity, Tao Lord Qi Long added. 2 streams of light streaked through the void and approached Mount Xianhuang. Along the way, Jiang Xi learned more about the situation from Tao Lord Qi Long. Mount Xianhuang had a total of 36 safety zones. Heavenly Venerate Qingyan from the Great Sky Sacred Land was stationed in Safety Zone 1. Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon from the Second Universe was stationed in Safety Zone 9. As for Heavenly Venerate Evil from the First Universe, he didn't have a fixed place to cultivate. He liked to wander around and disguise himself to fool Tao Lords. It would be fine if they could recognize him, but if they couldn't, they might be in danger. Up ahead is Safety Zone 1. It's also the place where the most experts in the entire Mount Xianhuang gather. Tao Lord Qi Long pointed ahead. Jiang Xi stood side by side with him and looked ahead. There were still 3 light years from here to Mount Xianhuang. At a glance, this 900 million light-year tall mountain peak was like a vast and boundless wall that separated heaven and earth. It extended in all directions and couldn't see the end. The abyssal rifts that extended down from the void didn't seem that terrifying when looking from afar. Now, however, they could clearly feel the terror of the abyssal rifts. Boom! Those lightning bolts flickered and rumbled continuously, emitting terrifying might. If touched, even a Heavenly Venerate would be severely injured. The so-called Safety Zone 1 was located between the 2 abyssal rifts. Compared to Mount Xianhuang, this safety zone was very small, but in reality, it covered a very large area. However, this wasn't the main focus of Jiang Xi's attention. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in his body. The 6-fold mountain is about to leave my body. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. The supreme treasure, the 6-fold mountain, had already been absorbed into his body, but the attraction between supreme treasures wouldn't disappear because of this. On the contrary, he could feel that attraction even more clearly now. Thump! 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 The powerful pressure was like a heavy hammer that constantly struck his body and primordial spirit, bringing him great pressure. At this point, the heavy aura emitted by Mount Xianhuang is already very strong. With the current strength of my body and primordial spirit, can I get close to Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Xi frowned slightly. If he couldn't even touch it, then he naturally wouldn't have the chance to subdue this mountain peak. Beside him, Tao Lord Qi Long had been observing Jiang Ci because the closer he got to Mount Xianhuang, the stronger the pressure. At this point, even a universe realm Tao Lord would have to use all his strength to continue forward. However, Tao Lord Qi Long discovered that although Jiang Ci was frowning, his flying speed didn't change at all. He seemed very relaxed. How is this possible? How many years has he cultivated for? His body and primordial spirit are already so strong. He's comparable to a universe realm Tao Lord? Tao Lord Qi Long was very shocked. He originally thought that Jiang Ci was able to kill the 3 top universe realm Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race mainly because of the supreme treasure. However, the situation before him told him that Jiang Ci was very strong to begin with. I've been cultivating here for more than 10,000 epochs, tempering my body and primordial spirit to their current level. That's why I can withstand the pressure here so easily. How did he do it? Tao Lord Qi Long was very puzzled. Tao Lord Qi Long, Jiang Ci pointed ahead, where many powerful figures were sitting cross-legged in the void. I can see several Tao Lords at a glance. How many Tao Lords are cultivating here in Safety Zone 1? There were many experts here, so he didn't use his spiritual sense to investigate this place. That would easily attract the hostility of other Tao Lords. Nearly 100, Tao Lord Qi Long replied. Tao Lord Qi Long replied, their distance from Mount Xianhuang varies. From this, we can determine everyone's strength. The stronger one's body and primordial spirit are, the closer they can be. Currently, the one who can reach the deepest part is Celestial Venerable Qingyan. Can Celestial Venerable Qingyan touch Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Ci asked casually. Of course. Any Celestial Venerable can truly reach Mount Xianhuang. Tao Lord Qi Long laughed. When you mention this, it reminds me of a rumor that has been circulating for a long time. What rumor? There's a special supreme treasure aura within 10,000 light-years of Mount Xianhuang. You should be able to sense it, right? Jiang Ci nodded. Therefore, there was once an expert who speculated that Mount Xianhuang should be a supreme treasure that surpasses the legendary level. Tao Lord Qi Long chuckled. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, many celestial venerables have approached Mount Xianhuang, touched it, and tried to refine this supreme treasure. However, not a single celestial venerable has succeeded. Jiang Ci raised his eyebrows. It was just as he had guessed. Everyone knew that Mount Xianhuang was a supreme treasure. But why did they not succeed? With the strength of a celestial venerable, they should be able to subdue and refine even a rank 9 supreme treasure, right? Or rather, Mount Xuanhuang's grade was higher than rank 9 and even celestial venerables could not control it. At the thought of this, Jiang Ci was worried. He still wanted to find an opportunity to refine it this time. Whoosh! Whoosh! They continued to fly forward and the pressure increased rapidly. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, the further we go, the greater the pressure. Tao Lord Qi Long could not help but say, the place where I usually cultivate is deeper. It's close to my limit, so it's more helpful for me to improve my strength. If you can't take it anymore, you can tell me in advance. Alright, I also want to test my limits. Jiang Ci nodded with a smile. Tao Lord Qi Long did not say anything else and only observed secretly. However, he realized that Jiang Ci's expression did not change and he appeared very casual. At the same time, many Tao Lords cultivating in Safety Zone 1 also noticed Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Qi Long. Tao Lord Qi Long said not long ago that he went to the ruins of myriad worlds to search for treasures. Why is he back? Who's beside him? A new face that I've never seen before. He looks like a human and is traveling with Tao Lord Qi Long. He should be a human expert from the 4th universe. Some of the Tao Lords who were training together were secretly chatting amongst themselves, but very few of them knew who Riverward was. After all, Jiang Ci had been in the Chaos Sea for less than 1,000 years. In terms of fame, the Heavenly Feather race had issued a bounty for him because he had killed 3 Aeon-level Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. However, everyone only knew that Jiang Xi was Tao Lord Mountain Sea. They did not know about Jiang Xi's specific situation, nor did they know what he looked like. In the end, a Tao Lord recognized him. He's Tao Lord Mountain Sea from the fourth universe. As soon as he said that, everyone matched Jiang Xi's appearance with the slightly famous Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Then, they realized that Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Qi Long were still flying deeper. The experts who could cultivate in this area were naturally all universe-level Tao Lords. Everyone might be very strong, but that didn't mean that their bodies and essence souls were also strong. This was also the main reason why they were cultivating here. Tao Lord Qi Long's strength could be considered top-notch among the universe level. It wasn't strange that he could continue to go deeper. But why did Tao Lord Mountain Sea dare to continue? A new Tao Lord of the human race shouldn't have cultivated for long, right? Why was his body and essence soul stronger than theirs? Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Qi Long flew for another half a day before stopping. This is where I often cultivate. Tao Lord Qi Long looked at Jiang Xi and sighed. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand the pressure of this area. Jiang Xi chuckled but didn't say anything. If he had just stepped into the Chaos Sea, he would probably have knelt here. His body would have shattered and his essence soul would have dissipated. However, after 500 to 600 years, the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world had already transformed his strength. He only felt slightly strained here. In terms of physical strength, he far surpassed most universe-level Tao Lords. Only his essence soul was slightly weaker. However, he had a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure, so he could easily withstand the pressure here. One had to know that many Heavenly Venerables didn't even have a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. There are so many Tao Lords ahead. Jiang Xi looked deeper in surprise. Closer to Mount Xianhuang, there were some powerful figures sitting cross-legged in the void. That's right. Tao Lord Qi Long explained, although nearly 100 Tao Lords are gathered in Safety Zone 1, those who can truly enter that place are at least at the Tier 4 level. Their bodies are at least as strong as a Tier 4 Supreme Treasure, and their essence souls are at least at the peak of the universe level. Look ahead. There are a total of 14 Tao Lords. Their bodies and essence souls have reached the limit of the universe level. If they take another step forward and their bodies and essence souls undergo a qualitative transformation, they will be comparable to Heavenly Venerables. Actually, in the depths, apart from Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land, there are 2 other Tao Lords cultivating there. It's said that those 2 Tao Lords have Tier 6 Armor Supreme Treasures, and their essence souls are comparable to Heavenly Venerables. They are from the Red Lotus Sacred Land and the Third Universe respectively, Tao Lord Qi Long lamented. Jiang Xi also sighed. His body's strength was probably similar to those 14 Tao Lords, but his essence soul was much weaker. However, he didn't expect to encounter 2 Tao Lords whose essence souls were comparable to Heavenly Venerables in Safety Zone 1. How many such Tao Lords were there in all 36 safety zones of Mount Xianhuang? How many were there in the entire Chaos Sea? He really couldn't underestimate the experts of the Chaos Sea. Right, one of the 2 Tao Lords in the depths is from the Heavenly Feather race. You once killed 3 top universe-level Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race and have a deep grudge with them. You have to be careful, Tao Lord Qi Long reminded. Who is it? Tao Lord Flying Feather. Jiang Xi's pupils constricted slightly. He knew of this Tao Lord expert in terms of strength. Tao Lord Flying Feather was ranked 2nd among the universe-level Tao Lords. The first level was the half-step Heavenly Venerables. There were not many existences comparable to Tao Lord Nine Clouds in the entire Chaos Sea. From this, it was clear how strong Tao Lord Flying Feather was. Furthermore, Tao Lord Flying Feather was the disciple of the first sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather race and was best at essence soul attacks. His body might be a bit weaker, but he has a 6th grade defensive treasure. The strength of his essence soul is comparable to a Heavenly Venerate and he's good at essence soul attacks. Compared to Heavenly Venerables, his secret techniques are only slightly inferior. With such strength and the backing of the Heavenly Feather race, he's unafraid of any faction in Chaos Sea. Jiang Xi knew very well that in the eyes of most experts, Tao Lord Flying Feather was an existence that could not be provoked. However, he was not afraid at all. Sorry, a Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure just happens to counter you. Jiang Xi thought to himself and smiled. That smile puzzled Tao Lord Qilong as he did not know why Jiang Xi was smiling. Tao Lord Qilong, thank you for telling me along the way. I won't disturb your cultivation anymore, Jiang Xi cupped his fists and thanked him. Ha, we're both from the human camp and should help each other. I've been cultivating in Safety Zone 1 the entire time. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can send me a message from Universe 4, Tao Lord Qilong smiled. Jiang Xi nodded and turned into a stream of light, continuing to approach Mount Xianhuang. That Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea is still going deeper. To be able to fly to this position, he's either protected by a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure or his body and essence soul are close to the limits of a Universe Tao Lord. Seems like there's a reason why the Heavenly Feather race offered a bounty for his head. As Riverward drew closer and closer, the 14 Tao Lords seated in the lotus position in the void noticed him as well. Jiang Xi did not care about their spying and continued advancing at his own pace. Dong! 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 The heavy aura emitted by Mount Xianhuang was like a wave that slapped against his body and essence soul continuously, bringing him immense pressure. The pressure is getting stronger. If not for the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure, my essence soul would have collapsed long ago under this pressure. Although he looked calm, his body and essence soul were already trembling. Swoosh! In the end, Jiang Xi stopped and did not continue forward. The 14 Tao Lords were also in this area. The pressure here is already making me very uncomfortable, but it's not to the point of losing my composure. No wonder the 14 Tao Lords stopped here. If I continue forward, even with the protection of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure, I won't be able to control my body and essence soul. Jiang Xi shook his head. In that situation, the body would crack, blood and sweat would flow, and the essence soul would disintegrate and recover piece by piece. It was extremely painful. Looks like I can't really get close to Mount Xianhuang with my current strength. Jiang Xi felt that it was a pity. However, he was not discouraged. As long as the strength of my body and essence soul reach the heavenly venerable level, it'll be fine. Jiang Xi was very confident. This was because after his Tao technique was deduced to the heavenly Tao realm, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds again. At that time, his body and essence soul would have a high chance of reaching the heavenly venerable level in advance. Not only that, but his cultivation, secret techniques, grotto heaven world, and so on would also experience a qualitative leap. Chapter 601. Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race has appeared in the first safety zone of Mount Xianhuang. Tao Lord Mountain Sea is in Mount Xianhuang. I can confirm that it's him. I saw it with my own eyes. There were nearly 100 Universe Realm Tao Lords cultivating in the first safety zone of Mount Xianhuang. Just now, half of them saw Jiang Xi. Naturally, the news spread quickly. Jiang Xi had nothing to hide about this. He had no intention of hiding his whereabouts from the beginning. After all, the only one who truly had a grudge with him in Chaos Sea was the Heavenly Feather race. Without a conflict of interests, the other factions would not take the initiative to find trouble with him. As for the Heavenly Feather race, Tomorrow's Supremacy had defeated 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather race previously. This battle had a great deterrent effect. If the Heavenly Feather race wanted to deal with him now, they would only use the strength of a Tao Lord. If they wanted to send Heavenly Venerables, they would have to give Tomorrow's Supremacy a reason to attack. Since that was the case, Jiang Xi had nothing to be afraid of. He could roam Chaos Sea openly. At this moment, in the depths of Mount Xuanhuang's first safety zone, two figures with enormous auras sat cross-legged in the void. One of the figures had 5 pairs of white wings behind his back. It was the famous Tao Lord Flying Feather of the Heavenly Feather race. From this position, one could sense more pressure from Mount Xianhuang. If one's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker, they would probably collapse. Under normal circumstances, only an Empyrean would be able to remain safe and sound here. Tao Lord Flying Feather was not afraid. He sat cross-legged in the void motionlessly. As a top universe realm Tao Lord, his body might not be the strongest. However, he had a grade 6 armor treasure and was not afraid of the pressure here. In terms of essence spirit, he was even more outstanding. His essence spirit had already reached the level of a heavenly venerable. To him, as long as he made a breakthrough in his body or secret technique and touched the origin level, he would be able to advance further and become a half-step heavenly venerable. Buzz! Right then, a fluctuation appeared in the void and attracted Tao Lord Flying Feather's attention. He opened his eyes abruptly. Tao Lord Featherflight was able to see a black-armored figure come to a halt in the area where the 14 cosmic Tao Lords were located. To be able to reach that place meant that his body and essence spirit had reached the limit of a universe realm Tao Lord. It's him. Tao Lord Mountain Sea Tao Lord, you killed Jia Fa and Quan Yu, and Feng Su has also lost his strongest true body. How dare you come here? Jia Fa, it seems that today is my chance to avenge you. Tao Lord Flying Feather said Tao Lord Flying Feather, the Heaven Feather race was one of the most supreme races in the first universe. Over the course of its long history, the many Tao Lords of the race had naturally formed their own little cliques because they were of the same race and were experts on the same level of power. For example, Tao Lord Featherflight and Tao Lord Jaffa were on extremely good terms. After spending so many years together, both sides had long since gotten used to the existence of friends. Furthermore, to Tao Lord Flying Feather, his friends were his family. This was because even before he had become a Tao Lord, his blood relatives had already passed away. All he had left were his friends. The death of Tao Lord Jaffa had once driven him mad. Although the race had already removed the bounty for killing the 4th universe's human race, however, during these 500 to 600 years, Tao Lord Featherflight did not give up. He had been searching for the whereabouts of Tao Lord Mountain Sea through the intelligence system of his race. However, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's whereabouts were a mystery. Even though the Heavenly Feather race's intelligence network was very powerful, they still couldn't find any clues. Tao Lord Featherflight had no choice but to temporarily bury his anger and hatred in his heart. Because of the sudden rise of Venerable Ming, the human race of universe 4 got rid of the title of a weak force. Now, this matter could only be resolved through revenge, and could no longer be pressured by the tribe. But who would have thought that his enemy would take the initiative to deliver himself to his mouth? He actually saw Tao Lord Mountain Sea here. Tao Lord Featherflight felt as though he had searched high and low for something only to find it by chance. Very good. Whoosh! A white stream of light tore through the air and flew towards Jiang Ci. It's Tao Lord Feather. He's charging towards Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Could it be that he's trying to regain face for the Heavenly Feather race? I heard that Tao Lord Featherflight and Tao Lord Jaffa were best friends, and Tao Lord Jaffa died at the hands of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea is in trouble. Some of the Tao Lords noticed this and began to watch in secret. However, most of them were just watching the show and no one was willing to interfere. Only Tao Lord Qi Long looked worried. Although he was worried, he could only watch. That was because the pressure in that area was very strong and it was not something he could enter. If I had known, I would have let Jiang Ci go to another safe zone. Tao Lord Qi Long regretted it. He did not expect Tao Lord Featherflight to dare to attack in safety zone number 1 without any regard for Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink's dignity. Jiang Ci had just sat down cross-legged in the void when he saw a white stream of light flying towards him. Still looking for trouble? He frowned slightly. Although he was not afraid of Tao Lord Featherflight, there was still heavenly venerable dark ink in the depths. If he attacked in safety zone number 1, he might anger this heavenly venerable from the great sky sacred land. He did not want to provoke a heavenly venerable for no reason. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to retreat just like that. Swoosh! The white stream of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it flew from billions of kilometers away to his area. Compared to the vast void, the two of them looked very small. However, their powerful auras covered the entire area like a monstrous wave. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. A cold voice sounded in the void. Tao Lord Featherflight walked over step by step, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers with each step. What's the matter? Jiang Xi stood up calmly and looked straight at him without any evasiveness. Do you really not know? Or are you pretending to be stupid? Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were cold as if he was looking at a corpse. At the same time, he approached step by step. Oh. Are you avenging the 3 Aeon Realm Tao Lords of your race? Or are you trying to regain the face of your heavenly feather race? Jiang Xi asked. No matter which it is, you will die today. Tao Lord Featherflight's voice rumbled, covering the sound of thunder in the abyssal chasm and spreading throughout Safety Zone 1, so confident. Jiang Xi smiled. At this moment, the two sides were less than 1,000,000 kilometers apart and arrived in an instant. Tao Lord Featherflight stopped and stared at Jiang Xi with eyes filled with killing intent. You have guts. You don't seem to be afraid of me. Jiang Xi's smile did not change. Why should he be afraid? In terms of physical strength, he was stronger than Tao Lord Featherflight. As for the strength of his essence spirit, although the difference was huge, he had a rank 6 essence spirit supreme treasure, so he was naturally not afraid. As for attack, his secret technique was definitely inferior to Tao Lord Featherflight's. However, his grotto heaven world far surpassed Tao Lord Featherflight's. With the support of the power of the world, Jiang Xi was confident that even if he did not use the heaven connecting tower, his attack would definitely not be weaker than Tao Lord Featherflight's. If he used it, he would naturally be stronger. How confident! Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were cold. Then go to hell. Whoosh! The unique kingdom of heaven spacetime of the heavenly feather race descended instantly. White feathers accompanied by the sound of kingdom of heaven echoed in the world, appearing incomparably sacred. As a Tao Lord expert whose essence spirit was comparable to a heavenly venerable, with the support of the power of essence spirit, his kingdom of heaven spacetime was thousands or tens of thousands of times stronger than the spacetime domain of ordinary universe Tao Lords. At the level of universe Tao Lords, only a few half-step heavenly venerables could defeat him. Therefore, Tao Lord Featherflight was very confident that this puny human would not be able to resist in his spacetime domain. However, Jiang Xi did not move and merely spat out a word. Break. Boom. A seemingly real world descended at the same time. The stars, continents, mountains and rivers in the starry sky were incomparably real and crushed towards kingdom of heaven spacetime with an unstoppable force. Crack. 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 Kingdom of heaven spacetime began to collapse. Impossible. Tao Lord Featherflight's expression changed drastically, unable to believe what he was seeing. Apart from heavenly venerables, only half-step heavenly venerables spacetime domains were stronger than his. However, this human in front of him could crush his kingdom of heaven spacetime. However, Tao Lord Featherflight was a top universe Tao Lord after all. He had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless years and naturally had plenty of combat experience. Although Kingdom of Heaven spacetime collapsed, it did not dissipate immediately. This gave him a chance to counterattack. Just because the spacetime domain is strong doesn't mean that the essence spirit is also strong. Tao Lord Featherflight quickly regained his composure and raised his hand to attack again. Buzz, the feathers that filled the sky in Kingdom of Heaven spacetime condensed into an illusory white arrow with a dazzling light. Suddenly, it tore through the void and attacked Jiang Ci. The strength of my essence spirit is comparable to a heavenly venerable. The power of this essence spirit attack is close to 1/10,000th of a heavenly venerable. How are you going to block it? Tao Lord Featherflight looked as if he was looking at a dead man. Primordial spirit attacks were what he was best at. With an essence spirit comparable to a heavenly venerable, it was enough to crush almost all Tao Lords. Of course, there were strong and weak. He was good at essence spirit attacks but not physical attacks. That was why the Heavenly Feather race gave him a grade 6 armor treasure to make up for his shortcomings. Swoosh! The illusory white arrow trembled the void and arrived in front of Jiang Ci instantly. However, Jiang Ci did not move at all. He reached out and grabbed casually. Poof! The white arrow was directly crushed, turning into streams of light and disappearing. As for the essence spirit attack, with the grade 6 essence spirit treasure, the arrow was like an egg striking a rock and did not cause any damage to his essence spirit. You! Tao Lord Featherflight's expression changed drastically again. This time, there was shock. He did not have time to think and once again condensed his strongest essence spirit attack. Swoosh! 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 One after another, illusory white feathered arrows shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth. At that moment, Jiang Ci moved. How dare you spout nonsense with just this little bit of strength? What a joke! Jiang Ci was merciless with his words and executed thunderous methods at the same time. His figure swayed and a long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was formed by heaven-piercing building during this process, the various powers in his body, cultivation, body, essence spirit, secret skills, Tao techniques, and even the strongest world power condensed into a ball and injected into the long shuttle. Swoosh! The long shuttle formed by heaven-piercing building tore through the air with him at a speed that exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. The distance of 1,000,000 kilometers was no different from being extremely close. Although one could not teleport in the space-time domain, at that moment, Jiang Ci disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and appeared in front of Tao Lord Featherflight. This! Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes widened. He had no chance to react. Chi! The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of heaven-piercing building, which was also the sharpest part of this special treasure. The grade 6 cardinal treasure on Tao Lord Flying Feather's body was instantly pierced like a piece of paper and was of little defensive use. The aura of this top universe realm Tao Lord weakened by 30% in an instant. Boom! Then, in the next moment, Tao Lord Featherflight's body was sent flying by the powerful force of Jiang Ci's attack. At that moment, Tao Lord Featherflight's eyes were blank. He could not believe everything before his eyes. Even a grade 6 defensive treasure could not defend against it. There was only one possibility. The power of that attack had already reached a half-step heavenly venerable. How dare you spout nonsense with such strength? Jiang Ci repeated his words, but this time, it was a furious roar. Impossible! Who are you? Tao Lord Featherflight regained control of his body. He roared with fear and a little anger. However, Jiang Ci had already attacked again. The long shuttle was about to pierce out. Tao Lord Featherflight hurriedly shouted, "Senior Qing Yan, save me!" Humph! Jiang Ci had no intention of stopping. His eyes were cold. Chi chi chi. The long shuttle was led by the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Great Tao Scroll. It shone with 5-colored light and carried all his strength as it stabbed Tao Lord Featherflight continuously. With the suppression of the Mountain Sea spacetime domain, Tao Lord Featherflight could not escape or dodge at all. In an instant, this top-notch universe realm Tao Lord who was incomparably confident earlier was like a punctured balloon. His body instantly deflated and he was deader than dead. You killed a universe realm Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +9. The notification of the arrival of experience points rang out. Jiang Ci was delighted. However, right at that moment, a chill ran down his spine and all his hair stood on end. Boom! An incomparably terrifying phantom of a giant hammer covered the world, directly destroying his mountain sea spacetime and smashing towards him. If he was hit, he would definitely be annihilated instantly. Furthermore, the giant hammer phantom carried a terrifying might and completely sealed this spacetime. Even a universe realm Tao Lord would not be able to break through. Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Ci felt a chill run down his spine. Break! He roared angrily. Without even thinking, the long shuttle pierced out again. Although it could not break through the spacetime of the giant hammer phantom, it could break a hole. That was enough. As long as he sensed the spacetime fluctuations, he could teleport. Swoosh! A huge hole exploded in the void and ripples appeared in the sealed spacetime once more. Buzz, teleport. At the same time as he teleported, Jiang Ci's figure entered heaven-piercing building. Furthermore, he did not forget to take away Tao Lord Flying Feather's supreme treasure. This series of operations was completed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! The long shuttle formed by heaven-piercing building disappeared from Mount Xianhuang No. 1 safety zone with Jiang Ci. Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, this isn't over. Don't enter that abyssal chasm. In the vast void, Jiang Ci's angry and worried voice echoed. More than 20 Tao Lords, including Tao Lord Qilong, witnessed this extremely short battle with their own eyes. Excluding the time when Jiang Ci and Tao Lord Flying Feather exchanged blows, the true battle process did not exceed a second. However, this extremely short period of time was enough to shock them completely. Initially, everyone thought that this Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race was definitely finished. Who was Tao Lord Flying Feather? He was in existence second only to half-step heavenly venerables. If his body or secret technique was stronger, he would be able to become a half-step heavenly venerable. However, the outcome was completely beyond their imagination. Such an expert was killed instantly by Tao Lord Mountain Sea. What was even more shocking was that Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink also attacked just now, but he did not manage to hold Tao Lord Mountain Sea back. Heaven-defying. The humans of the fourth universe have Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming. In the past, there was only Tao Lord 9 Firmament, but now there's Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Most importantly, I just asked around. Tao Lord Mountain Sea has cultivated for a very short period of time. It's said that he has less than 100,000 years. This is simply, it's a pity that there are a large number of abyssal rifts in Mount Xianhuang and there's that powerful pressure, so spacetime is very unstable. If he uses teleportation under such circumstances, there's a high chance that he'll fall into that abyssal rift. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to teleport in Mount Xianhuang. He's courting death. Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink is such a kind expert and is usually aloof. Why would he attack at this time? Could it be that they angered him when they fought in Safety Zone 1? The 20-odd Tao Lords instantly had many thoughts. Some sighed, some were secretly delighted, and many were puzzled. They had clearly heard Tao Lord Flying Feather's cry for help before he died. The meaning of those words was worth pondering. Did Tao Lord Flying Feather have a relationship with Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, or did the Heavenly Feather race have some connection with the Great Sky Sacred Land? The former was obviously unlikely, so the latter was the only possibility. As for the final words left behind by River Word, everyone was only stunned and amused. What right did a Tao Lord have to threaten a Heavenly Venerable? Even if Tao Lord Mountain Sea's talent was heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to threaten a Heavenly Venerable. Putting aside the Tao Lords of the other factions, just the human experts of the fourth universe alone, Tao Lord 9 Firmament was very strong, right? Tao Lord 9 Firmament was already a half-step Heavenly Venerable countless epochs ago, but he was still in the same place and was no match for a Heavenly Venerable at all. No matter how talented Tao Lord Mountain Sea was, what right did he have to threaten a Heavenly Venerable? Which one of those who could cultivate to become a heavenly venerable didn't have heaven-defying talent? While everyone was having all sorts of thoughts, only Dao Lord Qilong was filled with worry. He quickly informed the humans of the matter through the incarnation he left in the fourth universe. At this moment, in the deepest part of the first safety zone, near the mountain wall of Mount Xianhuang, a huge figure with 6 pairs of arms was sitting cross-legged in front of the mountain wall. His dignified face was filled with doubt. He escaped. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan frowned. The pressure he faced in this position could be said to be the strongest in the entire Mount Xianhuang. Even if he was a heavenly venerable, he had to use 90% of his strength to resist. Therefore, the attack he attacked just now was only 10% of his strength. However, heavenly venerable Qing Yan was confident that with his strength, even 10% was enough to kill a half-step heavenly venerable. However, the outcome was out of his expectations. To think that the human would be able to break a hole in the shadow of his secret technique, allowing the human to escape successfully. Is it because of his attack methods or the long shuttle in his hand? Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan pondered for a moment and shook his head, not continuing to dwell on this question. He came from the great sky sacred land and naturally didn't lack supreme treasures. Even if a puny Tao Lord was a little strange, it wasn't worth spending too much energy on. In Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan's eyes, the threatening words in the last sentence couldn't even be considered a joke. He attacked just now only because the heavenly feather race had some ties with the great sky sacred land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to destroy his image of being a nice guy. As for whether this would offend the fourth universe's humans, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan didn't think about this at all. No matter how powerful Heavenly Venerable was, he wouldn't dare to attack a powerhouse from the great sky sacred land. This was the confidence of the number one faction in the Chaos Sea. It's been more than 1,000,000 epochs. Is there really no way to refine this Mount Xianhuang? But Supremes once revealed that this is indeed a supreme treasure. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan sighed. He had 6 pairs of arms, one of which had been pressing his palm on the dark mountain wall. He had already tried countless methods to refine this supreme treasure, but none of them worked. After Riverward executed teleportation, he had a feeling of resigning himself to fate. Even though he hid in Sky Connecting Tower, he was still very worried. Although Mount Xianhuang was called a cultivation holy land by many factions, it didn't mean that it was safe here. One of the 3 great perilous lands was not just a casual remark. No one knew what was hidden behind those abyssal rifts. Because even heavenly venerables would die if they went in. And that spacetime had long become incomparably chaotic under the suppression of Mount Xianhuang. Once he used teleportation, the direction was no longer what he could control. Who knew where he would teleport to? However, if he didn't teleport just now, then he wouldn't be able to shake off Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan's bombardment. Therefore, he could only fight to the death. Furthermore, with the protection of Sky Connecting Tower, there was still a very high chance of survival. Huff, teleportation was naturally a matter of an instant. With Jiang Xi's current strength, the maximum distance of teleportation was 5,000 light-years. But in this kind of environment, the distance of teleportation was uncertain. The next moment, the teleportation ended. But Jiang Xi's heart also sank. Because the situation was very bad. The moment the teleportation ended, the Sky Connecting Tower, which had already transformed to its normal size, which was 90,000 kilometers tall, immediately suffered a violent impact. Boom! The heavenly tower was like a small boat sailing in a stormy sea. It was thrown up high by the huge waves, and then it was instantly sent flying far away. Damn it! During this process, Jiang Xi felt an incomparably terrifying impact engulfing the entire Sky Connecting Tower. It made people tremble with fear. Boom boom boom. Several hundred unknown impacts surged like a raging tide, almost instantly crashing into Sky Connecting Tower again. Under this kind of powerful power, Sky Connecting Tower was like a rubber ball, being wantonly thrown out. It was sent flying again and again, without the slightest ability to resist. I feel that this power is even stronger than Mount Xuanhuang's abyssal rift. Where did I teleport to? Jiang Xi stood in the space of Sky Connecting Tower and only felt his throat go dry, frightened by this terrifying power. He did not control Sky Connecting Tower, nor could he control it. He could only allow Sky Connecting Tower to be thrown out again and again. However, Sky Connecting Tower was still powerful in the end. Its interior was very stable and not affected by the outside world. What the hell is going on outside? As soon as my spiritual consciousness spread out, it was instantly annihilated. Jiang Xi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. At least his life was not in danger now. What he needed to think about now was figuring out where he was. Ni Shang, reflect the surrounding scenery of Sky Connecting Tower. Now, he could only let Sky Connecting Tower's weapon spirit temporarily become his eyes. Soon, the surrounding scenery in all directions was completely reflected in the space inside Sky Connecting Tower. Oh my god! Jiang Xi was stunned by the scene before him.
Chapter 602. This was a vast and dark space. Countless dazzling light blades formed a storm that swept through everything. The impact that Heavenly Connecting Tower felt was brought about by the huge blades of light. Jiang Xi was inside Sky Piercer Tower. Although he couldn't feel this kind of random flying, the scene in all directions had already appeared. He could clearly see that those light blades were like giants, kicking Sky Piercer Tower around like a ball. Obviously, if he was controlling Sky Piercer Tower himself, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an impact. Too strong. Unbelievable. There are countless light blades like a storm here. Even a heavenly venerable would die. Jiang Xi couldn't feel the power of the light blades, but he was the owner of Sky Piercer Tower. He could clearly sense the energy that erupted from those light blades through Sky Piercer Tower. The power of each light blade far exceeded the attack that Heavenly Venerable Qin Yan had used on him. If I didn't have Sky Piercer Tower, I'm afraid I would have been annihilated the moment I entered. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Buzz, at this moment, when he really calmed down, he discovered that there was something wrong with his body. The supreme treasure that he had put away, the sixfold mountain, seemed to be trembling a little more than when he was in the first safety zone of Mount Xianhuang. The sixfold mountain had been trembling, but because it hadn't increased by much, he didn't notice it immediately when he entered this space just now. Could it be? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Mount Xianhuang was very tall, a total of 900 million light years. The entire body of the mountain was naturally very large. If it was hollowed out, it would be about the same size as the grotto heavens of many Tao lords. I teleported into the mountain. Jiang Xi felt that this was very likely. Teleporting in Mount Xianhuang was filled with too many uncertainties, and it was impossible to control the direction. There was a strong attraction between Mount Xianhuang and the sixfold mountain in his body. When he teleported just now, it was very likely that he would have entered the mountain under the influence of this attraction. I've never heard of any powerhouse in Chaos Sea being able to enter the mountain. Jiang Xi felt that he had found the key to refining Mount Xianhuang. In the long history of the Chaos Sea, a large number of heavenly venerate powerhouses had tried countless methods to refine this supreme treasure, but none of them had succeeded. Even if they want to enter the space inside the mountain, they won't be able to survive. Jiang Xi smiled. He really had to thank Celestial Master Qin Yan for forcing him to teleport away and come here. Then, he relied on the special treasure, the Heaven Connecting Tower, to survive. Small. 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 With a thought, Jiang Xi caused the heavenly tower to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of a speck of dust. Those light blades were incomparably huge, and there was a certain distance between each light blade. After the heavenly tower became smaller, the chances of being hit by the light blade were greatly reduced. Even if he was struck, it would only be a single light blade at most. There would not be hundreds of light blades striking him at the same time. It's just a blade of light. With my control over Heavenly Tower, I can already fly through this space. Jiang Xi tried to control the heaven-connecting tower, and sure enough, he felt that it finally stabilized. It was no longer like a flying ball that could not be controlled at all. Now, it was only hit once in a while, so the impact on flight was very small. The source of the attraction is there. Jiang Xi sensed carefully. Because the light blades outside were too strong, his spiritual consciousness could not spread out. He could not teleport, nor could he investigate this space.
He could only rely on the connection between the treasures to determine the direction. Then, Jiang Xi controlled the heaven-connecting tower and flew towards the source of the attraction. The dust-like heaven-connecting tower's speed continued to soar, and soon, it exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light. This space was filled with endless light blades. Each light blade was extremely powerful, there were many of them, and there was no pattern. As a result, the heaven-connecting tower was struck from time to time, and its flight was crooked, unable to maintain a straight line. The attraction between the treasures is increasing bit by bit. This made Jiang Xi even more certain of his speculation. This was definitely the interior of Mount Xianhuang. Next, while controlling the flight of the heaven-connecting tower, he also sorted out the gains from the battle just now. The eternal experience points obtained from killing a universe realm Dao Lord was very useful. It was a total of 9 yuan last time. When I killed Dao Lord Jia Fa and Dao Lord Quan Yu, I obtained a total of 12 yuan of eternal experience points. At that time, I still had 2 yuan left. In addition to this time, I can convert another 10 yuan of eternal fragments to expand the Grotto Heaven world. The remaining 1 yuan of eternal experience points is enough to support the deduction of Dao techniques for thousands of years. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. He would let his clone in the 4th universe expand the Grotto Heaven world. He believed that after this expansion, his strength would increase again. In addition, Dao Lord Flying Feathers Tier 6 armor treasure had also become his spoils of war. It just so happened that the Sixfold Mountain was still a Tier 5 treasure. After the armor transformation, its defense was still a little low. The newly acquired 6th grade armor supreme treasure was just enough to further enhance his body's defense. Of course, the Sixfold Mountain was not eliminated. The space-time domain of the treasure had a certain amplification effect on his mountain sea space-time. Moreover, if he could really refine the Xianhuang Mountain, then the armor transformation of the Sixfold Mountain could be used again. Jiang Xi was excited just thinking about it. If such a powerful treasure really transformed into armor, how strong would its defense be? Even if he stood there motionless and let the heavenly venerables attack, they would not be able to break through his body's defense, right? At the same time, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments also found Jiang Xi's clone and asked about the battle in Safety Zone 1. After knowing that Jiang Xi's original body was fine, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments did not ask any more questions. The other upper echelons of the human race in the 4th universe and Venerable Ming were also relieved. After all, the talent and strength that Jiang Xi had displayed had far exceeded everyone's understanding. It had only been 500 to 600 years since he killed the 3 Aeon Realm Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race. He had just come out, but he had already killed a top-tier universe Dao Lord. Moreover, he had been able to escape Heavenly Venerable Qingyan's attack. With such strength, without including Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, Jiang Xi could already be ranked in the top 3 of the human race, second only to Venerable Ming and Dao Lord 9 Firmaments. Therefore, everyone was filled with hope for Jiang Xi's future. Back then, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's growth experience was just like Jiang Xi's. It could be said to be legendary. Even before becoming a Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's speed of improvement was not as fast as Jiang Xi's. In time, Jiang Xi would definitely be another invincible Heavenly Venerable. And the human race in the 4th universe would also become even stronger because of this. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Heaven-piercing tower had already flown more than 4,000 light-years in this space. The trembling of the 6th-tier mountain had increased by thousands of times. If Jiang Xi had not been suppressing it with all his might, this treasure would have left his body. Of course, in heaven-piercing tower, the 6th-tier mountain could not escape even if it wanted to. At this moment, the space of heaven-piercing tower was still reflecting the surrounding scenes of the outside world. After flying for such a long distance, Jiang Xi finally saw the source of the attraction. In the distance, in the middle of countless light blade storms, a dazzling 9-tier mountain stood in the dark space, emitting a dazzling light. Those huge light blades were dissipating from the 9-tier mountain and then being swallowed back. The eruption and swallowing maintained a balance, as if maintaining the stability of this space. Could this be the true body of the treasure? Jiang Xi wondered. However, the distance was still too far for him to see the specific situation of the mountain clearly. Heaven-piercing tower continued to fly, getting closer and closer to the 9-tier mountain. At the same time, its flying speed began to slow down. Just like this, another month passed. Jiang Xi was only 1 light-year away from the mountain. Heaven-piercing tower finally reflected the true appearance of the mountain. It was a 9-tier mountain that was completely formed by stacking countless light blades. At the core, there were the most concentrated light blades. It's not a physical body. Jiang Xi was very surprised. In that case, the 9-tier mountain was not a treasure. However, it was clearly the source of the attraction that the 6th-tier mountain sensed. Jiang Xi was puzzled as he kept approaching it. 1 trillion kilometers, 10 billion kilometers, 100 million kilometers. As he got closer, the scene he saw became more specific and clear. It actually looks like this. Of the 9-tier mountain formed by the light blades, only the highest tier in the middle looked real. The other 8 tiers were all illusory. The middle tier corresponds to Mount Xianhuang. Jiang Xi looked carefully as this thought flashed through his mind. He continued to get closer. 1 million kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Suddenly, an endless willpower impact crushed Jiang Xi's primordial spirit like a wave. Jiang Xi's face instantly turned pale, and his primordial spirit trembled. That was because this sudden attack of will was like a lofty dragon looking down on ants. It was powerful and crazy. However, Jiang Xi remained clear-headed under such circumstances. That's not right. Jiang Xi realized that this willpower impact was very weak. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to remain clear-headed, and his primordial spirit would have collapsed long ago. Get lost. The willpower impact, accompanied by angry roars, kept attacking, but Jiang Xi became even calmer. Indeed, it's like a paper tiger. It feels thousands of times stronger than a heavenly venerate, but it's very weak. Jiang Xi took a deep breath, and his trembling primordial spirit calmed down. Continue moving forward, but slow down. He remained vigilant and didn't rashly fly close to the light blade mountain. 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. Although the lofty and crazy willpower roared again and again and sounded very terrifying, it wasn't difficult for Jiang Xi to resist with the strength of his primordial spirit. Get lost. Get lost. The willpower impact that was constantly crushing towards him was roaring furiously. However, Jiang Xi dealt with it calmly. He didn't panic at all, and he wasn't afraid at all. He was in Heavenly Tower and could guarantee his safety. The endless light blades couldn't hurt him at all. As long as he blocked the willpower impact, it would be fine. 5,000 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers, the dust-sized Heavenly Tower was getting closer and closer to the light blade mountain. The lofty willpower impact also became stronger and stronger. It roared again and again, get lost. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill me? Jiang Xi smiled. If I could kill you, I would have done so long ago. What's more, I'm in Heavenly Tower. Even a heavenly venerate can't do anything to me. Why would I be afraid of a stupid paper tiger like you? It was indeed stupid. This willpower impact didn't seem to know how to think. It kept threatening him, as if it was a life that had just gained intelligence. You bastard. Shameless bastard. Get lost, or I'll definitely kill you, crush your primordial spirit, and let you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. The voice of the willpower impact became crazier, as if it was worried that Jiang Xi would approach. Jiang Xi couldn't be bothered and continued to approach. When he entered the 1,000 kilometers area of the Light Blade Mountain, the willpower impact became even stronger, and the pressure on his primordial spirit suddenly increased. It's starting to be a threat. Jiang Xi's expression became serious. With the strength of his primordial spirit, only a heavenly venerate could give him pressure. 800 kilometers, 600 kilometers, 400 kilometers, boom. The willpower impact reached another level. Fuck. Jiang Xi finally couldn't take it anymore. He knelt on one knee, his body and primordial spirit trembling. Pain, intense pain from the depths of his primordial spirit. Get lost. Bastard. Get lost. The voice of the willpower impact became even crazier. The closer he got to the Light Blade Mountain, the stronger the willpower impact became. Jiang Xi felt that his body and primordial spirit were being torn apart. I haven't reached my limit yet. He endured the pain and drove Heavenly Tower closer to the Light Blade Mountain. Finally, he stopped when he was 14 kilometers away. Perhaps this position was still a bit away from his life and death limit, but it was already very close. Jiang Xi didn't dare to continue forward. Ha, shameless bastard, you want to get close to me? If you know what's good for you, leave this place quickly and I can spare your life. The voice was still roaring loudly. At this moment, Jiang Xi could completely see the 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades compared to the 900 million light-year Mount Xianhuang. This 9-layered mountain was only 90,000 kilometers high. Countless gigantic blades of light emanated from the 9-layer mountain, howling as they engulfed the entire space. A speck of dust stopped 14 kilometers away, motionless. In the space inside Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged. His body was trembling, his face was pale, and sweat mixed with blood kept flowing down. He closed his eyes and quietly resisted the willpower impact. As he got used to it, the pressure from the willpower impact gradually decreased. After half a year, Jiang Xi opened his eyes again. His gaze had calmed down. Under the crushing pressure of the willpower impact, my primordial spirit's strength actually improved a little. Jiang Xi smiled. His primordial spirit was at the Aeon level. For ordinary Aeon level experts, it would take thousands of epochs to improve. Then, he turned his gaze to the Light Blade Mountain. Is it the key to refining Mount Xianhuang? Let's try it first. Whoosh, the tip of the dust-sized Heavenly Tower extended towards the Light Blade Mountain. He wanted to use Heavenly Tower to absorb the Light Blade Mountain. Scram, scram, scram. The voice of the willpower impact became even more intense and anxious. The distance of 14 kilometers was covered in an instant. The tip of Heavenly Tower arrived in front of the Light Blade Mountain and went straight in. It was as if the 9-layered mountain was just a shadow and didn't exist at all. If he couldn't even touch it, how could he refine it and make it recognize him as his master? Jiang Xi was dumbfounded. Ha, you can't get it at all. Scram, don't court death. The voice of the willpower impact was still shouting loudly. However, Jiang Xi was already used to its existence and didn't care at all. Suddenly, an invisible wave came from the 9-layered mountain formed by the Light Blade Mountain. It passed through the barrier of Heavenly Tower and reached Jiang Xi's mind. Human, It was a very old voice that exuded an extremely ancient aura. Who are you? Within Heavenly Tower, Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He could clearly sense that the wave of this voice was clearly different from the crazy voice of the willpower impact. I am the spirit of Mount Xianhuang, the old voice replied. Jiang Xi was a little surprised but not shocked. Some powerful supreme treasures had their own artifact spirits. This wasn't strange. For example, Heavenly Tower had its own artifact spirit, Nikhang. However, Nikhang was usually devouring immortal power and rarely cared about the outside world unless he took the initiative to communicate with Nikhang. I didn't expect that I still have an incomplete part in the outside world. The old voice sounded again. You didn't expect it? Jiang Xi was surprised. As the spirit of a supreme treasure, don't you know how many parts you have? I once went through a great battle with my master. My master died, and the supreme treasure was damaged. The original artifact spirit was also destroyed. I am a newly born artifact spirit. I only remember some scenes of that great battle. A fist with a sky full of starlight crushed everything. I have forgotten everything else. Since I was born, I have been here and haven't moved, the old voice explained. Then, it added, I originally thought that I was an independent existence. Not long ago, I felt some kind of attraction. Then, I realized that there might be some incomplete parts in the outside world. Now, it seems that it's the six-layered mountain on your body. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked and instantly thought of something. Great battle. He had seen the relief carvings in the mysterious monitoring space. One of the carvings was a towering mountain that directly killed a group of powerful beings with 3 heads and 6 arms. So, Mount Xianhuang was the towering mountain in the relief carvings? How do you know that your master died? Jiang Xi probed. He felt that the terrifying existence in that battle shouldn't have died so easily. Perhaps it was still alive. I am an item without a master. My past master naturally died. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang answered, Human, I have been trapped here for countless years. I want to leave, but I can't. I need your help. Help? How can I help you? Jiang Xi hurriedly asked. The 6-layered mountain is an incomplete part of me. Since you have already refined it, it means that you and I are fated. I am willing to accept you as my master. As long as you merge me into your body and refine me with your primordial spirit, you will be able to take me away from here, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang slowly said, accept you as my master? Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised. That's right, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang said. After I accept you as my master, you will be able to take away this supreme treasure that is 900 million light-years tall. However, the conditions for me to accept you as my master are very strict. First, the body must be at least as strong as a 5th-tier supreme treasure. Second, the strength of your primordial spirit must be strong enough. If you are a tribulation transcender, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a perfected lord. If you are a perfected lord, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a Tao lord. If you are a Tao lord, the strength of your primordial spirit must be comparable to that of a heavenly venerable. Unfortunately, I see that the strength of your primordial spirit is only at the level of a Tao lord. You still need to improve. Otherwise, once you merge me into your body and soul will be instantly destroyed. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang finally said in a deep voice. Jiang Xi, who was inside the heavenly tower, had been very calm. After hearing the conditions of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang, he immediately realized that something was wrong. It's lying to me. According to common sense, there was no danger in a supreme treasure recognizing its master. At most, it would fail. However, Jiang Xi was different from other experts. He had a special supreme treasure, the heavenly tower. He had already learned a lot of information about supreme treasures through the artifact spirit, Nikhang. It could be said that in terms of understanding of supreme treasures, there were not many experts in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Therefore, when the spirit of Mount Xianhuang probed his mind and took the initiative to communicate with him, he became vigilant. He did not want to lose his life because of refining supreme treasures. Supreme treasures above grade 6 would indeed have many harsh conditions to recognize their master. For example, the Heavenly Tower had 99 layers of seals. It had to be refined and unsealed layer by layer in order to unleash its corresponding power. As for what the spirit of Mount Xianhuang said, one had to meet the requirements of physical strength and primordial spirit before it could recognize its master. Otherwise, one would die. This sounded very reasonable. However, he fulfilled both of these conditions. An essence spirit comparable to a grade 5 supreme treasure. A perfected Lord cultivation and a Tao Lord essence spirit. Since that was the case, he could follow the requirements and directly refine it to recognize him as its master. However, the words of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang were filled with strangeness. Let's see what tricks it's up to first. Jiang Xi thought to himself. The invisible fluctuation of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang was still in his mind. Ha, that's great. I meet both of the conditions you mentioned. Jiang Xi pretended to be excited and said loudly. My physical strength has already reached that of a grade 5 supreme treasure. Furthermore, my cultivation is at the level of a perfected lord, but my essence spirit is at the level of a Tao lord. You meet both conditions? You're a perfected lord. Aren't you a Tao lord? I'm a perfected lord. Don't lie. If you don't meet the conditions, you'll die, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang said in a deep voice. How can I lie when it's a matter of life and death? Jiang Xi said hurriedly, but my spirit consciousness can't spread out at all and can't get close to you. How am I supposed to refine it? You're talking about those light blades and the crazy willpower impact. Yes, the light blades are too strong. The moment my spirit consciousness reached out, it was annihilated instantly. The pressure of the willpower impact is too great. I can only reach this position at most and can't continue forward. I can't control those light blades and willpower impact either. This should have something to do with my incomplete body. Then what should we do? You can fuse the other 6 peaks with me and make me more complete. Perhaps you can control it then. What if that still doesn't work? Your form has 9 peaks. Even if I give you my 6 peaks, you're still 2 peaks short. Human, since you and I are fated, you should believe me. I won't lie to you. You must know that Mount Xianhuang is a supreme treasure that many factions in the Chaos Sea covet. For this supreme treasure, it's normal to bear a certain amount of risk. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang said a lot. Jiang Xi listened carefully, but did not speak again. Instead, he pondered, they're all dead. Don't believe it. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. It'll kill you. The voice of the willpower impact was still roaring, but the content of the voice had changed. Human, show me your sincerity, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang spoke again. Give me the 6 peaks. Even if you don't succeed, you'll only lose a 5th-tier supreme treasure. With your strength, you probably won't care, right? Don't tell me you don't even dare to take this little risk. Sigh, I won't rush you. You decide for yourself. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang sighed. Jiang Xi was unmoved. He was not bewitched by the spirit of Mount Xianhuang's words, nor was he affected by the voice of the willpower impact. First released, then changed. Chapter 603. In the vast and dark space, the 9-layered mountain peak formed by countless light blades was the main body of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. According to common sense, a treasure without an owner could not move. It was like a dead object. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang had fallen into such a predicament. However, its main body, Mount Xianhuang, had stood in the Chaos Sea for countless eras and was known as one of the 3 most dangerous lands. It was also a supreme treasure that many factions in the Chaos Sea had coveted for countless eras. Therefore, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang had its own pride and was unwilling to become a supreme treasure of some powerhouse. What it said just now was also 90% true and 10% false. It was indeed the new supreme treasure spirit of Mount Xianhuang after that battle. Those remnant memories told it that if the supreme treasure broke through a certain limit, it could fly like a cultivator. It could go anywhere in the world and was no longer limited by the laws of heaven and earth that could only be controlled by cultivators. However, it had worked hard for countless eras and could not find any way to break through the limit. This was because supreme treasures were different from cultivators. They were postnatal objects and could not be cultivated on their own. Not long ago, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang had sensed an incomplete supreme treasure component. It realized that this might be its chance to break through the limit of a supreme treasure. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. Then, there was a series of subsequent events. It expended its own origin to open a passage and transmitted its aura over. Fortunately, the owner of the incomplete component actually followed the senses of the supreme treasure and found this place. It had a 1 in a billion chance. According to its original plan, it was to find an opportunity to lure the owner of the incomplete component into this space. Then, it would use those light blades to kill the other party and devour the incomplete supreme treasure component. What surprised the spirit of Mount Xianhuang was that the owner of the incomplete component, the human in front of it, actually dared to teleport near Mount Xianhuang. This time, it did not even have to look for an opportunity. It directly lured this human here. What was even more unexpected was that this human actually had a supreme treasure above rank 7. He used it to resist the impact of the light blades and arrived in front of it. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang did not lie about this. It was indeed unable to control those light blades and will impact, so it naturally could not pose any threat to this human. Therefore, it could only change its plan and guide him patiently. It would first obtain the incomplete supreme treasure component. After the exchange of words earlier, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang believed that it had not revealed any flaws. In its opinion, this human was no ordinary cultivator to have survived in the space of Mount Xianhuang with that tower-shaped treasure. Such a practitioner had the potential to become a legend, so it was normal for him to be cautious and hesitant. However, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang was confident that this human would definitely agree to its request in the face of such great temptation. At that time, its plan would be complete. Therefore, it was not in a hurry and did not urge Jiang Xi. Instead, it waited quietly for his reply. Jiang Xi was in no hurry. He was 99% sure that the spirit of Mount Xianhuang was lying to him. There was still some uncertainty left. After some thought, he communicated with Nikhang, the artifact spirit of sky-reaching tower. Ni Sheng quickly condensed her figure and appeared in front of Riverward, wearing a colorful feather dress. She frowned as she looked at the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades, blocking the invisible waves that the other party had sent in. Jiang Xi, don't believe it. I understand. I feel that there's a problem with the conditions it mentioned just now, but I can't find out what the problem is, Jiang Xi said. This treasure spirit has already reached the peak of rank 9. It might want to break through that limit by fusing with other supreme treasure components, Ni Sheng said with a serious expression. Peak of rank 9? Limit? Jiang Xi was shocked. That's right. Ni Sheng nodded. There are actually 9 levels of supreme treasures. However, supreme treasures above rank 7 are very rare. Therefore, many cultivators mistakenly believe that supreme treasures are only rank 6 at most. After a supreme treasure reaches the peak of rank 9, if it can break through the limit of its grade, it will no longer be restricted by the rules. Like a normal cultivator, they can fly into the sky and dive into the ground, and go anywhere. Realization dawned on Jiang Xi. He finally knew the goal of the spirit of Mount Xianhuang, Ni Shang. What grade is sky-reaching tower? He was very curious. Me? Ni Shang smiled. You've only refined 70 out of the 99 seals. Therefore, my current power is equivalent to a rank 7 supreme treasure. Although she did not say it explicitly, Jiang Xi understood what she meant. Sky-reaching tower was also a rank 9 supreme treasure and had not broken through that limit. Otherwise, it would not be trapped on Earth. No wonder it was so freakishly strong. In a situation where it wasn't an offensive type supreme treasure, he could easily stab Tao Lord Flying Feather to death just by refining 70 layers of seals and considering the sturdiness of the supreme treasure itself. Ni Shang glanced at the 9-tiered mountain again and said, "It's very difficult for a rank 9 supreme treasure to recognize an owner. There's no problem with the body strength requirement it mentioned. You need at least a rank 5 supreme treasure body to be able to withstand the immense energy of the supreme treasure spirit." Then when I refined sky-reaching tower back then, it didn't seem to be difficult, right? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Not difficult. Ni Shang glared. That's because I was sealed. 99 seals. If not for the seals, you would have turned into ashes with your essence soul cultivation back then. Jiang Xi smiled but did not say anything. Ni Shang continued, in terms of essence soul strength, there's a problem with the conditions mentioned by the spirit of Xianhuang Mountain. Under normal circumstances, if you want to refine a rank 9 supreme treasure, Tao integration requires the strength of a perfected Lord's essence soul. Tribulation transcenders require the strength of a Tao Lord's essence soul. Perfected Lords require the strength of a Heavenly Venerable's essence soul. Tao Lords require the strength of a Supreme's essence soul. This condition shocked Jiang Xi. It was too harsh. Especially the last condition. Tao Lords require the strength of a Supreme's essence soul. Previously, Jiang Xi had watched the battle with Venerable Ming in the mysterious surveillance space. Through Qing Shuang's message, he finally confirmed the existence of the Supreme Realm. The cultivation of a Heavenly Venerable was divided into 3 steps according to the origin: first step Heavenly Venerable, second step Heavenly Venerable, and third step Heavenly Venerable. For example, his master, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, was called a half-step Heavenly Venerable because he had created the secret technique to open up the universe and had already touched the path of origin. And when a Heavenly Venerable reached the end of the path of origin, they could pass through the Eternal Road and reach the Eternal Supreme Realm. The universe that they opened up could be promoted to a Holy Land universe. From then on, they would not have to fear the dangers of the calamities and would be indestructible. However, after the battle recorded in the relief pattern, the Eternal Road no longer descended. Although he didn't know how the 2 Holy Land universes in the Chaos Sea came about, this could prove one point. Reaching the Eternal Supreme Realm was thousands of times more difficult than becoming a Heavenly Venerable. It was very difficult for a Supreme to appear in an era of calamities. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were only 2 Supremes, and this was accumulated through countless fortuitous opportunities. It's so difficult to recognize a master. What if I can't meet the requirements? Jiang Xi asked Ni Shang. Of course it will fail. My body and soul will be destroyed. Ni Shang replied. Jiang Xi sneered. This spirit of Mount Xianhuang was indeed up to no good. If you give it the incomplete supreme treasure part now, it will have a certain chance of breaking through that boundary. Although the probability is very small, if it succeeds at that time, without the restrictions of the rules, it can completely control this 9th stage supreme treasure and kill you easily. Even I can't save your life because I'm not in my peak state now, Ni Shang added. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Jiang Xi nodded. Then work hard. 9th stage supreme treasures are rare. If you encounter one, don't let it go. You're still a perfected lord now. You have a chance to train your primordial spirit to the Heavenly Venerable level, Ni Shang said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Xi also smiled. This was a great fortuitous opportunity. He also turned his gaze to the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades. You think you're smart, but you don't know that you've already revealed a flaw. Since you've set up a trap, you'll definitely lose your cool after a long time. I'll wait here. As long as I don't leave Sky Tower, you can't do anything to me. I can make use of the willpower impact here to train my primordial spirit, Jiang Xi thought. Even if it wasn't to refine Mount Xianhuang, he still wanted to improve his primordial spirit. The strength of his primordial spirit had always been his weakness, and it felt like it was holding him back. His current combat strength was comparable to a universe realm Tao Lord. However, the strength of his primordial spirit was still at the universe realm. If he could improve it further, his strength would increase correspondingly. I'll wait slowly. Furthermore, my grotto heaven world is still expanding. Once it's done, the strength of my primordial spirit will definitely increase with the help of the power of the world. At that time, let's see if I can reach the heavenly venerable level. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. It'll kill you. That frenzied willpower impact was still roaring. Jiang Xi controlled the sky tower that was the size of a speck of dust and gradually approached the 9-layered mountain peak, allowing the crazy willpower to impact his primordial spirit continuously. He challenged his limits time and time again as he advanced slowly. Such a high-intensity willpower impact was a rare environment to train one's primordial spirit. Time passed and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 years, Jiang Xi advanced 4 kilometers and arrived at the area 10 kilometers away from the 9-layered mountain peak. Get lost, get lost. If you don't get lost, it'll kill you. You. Amidst the crazy voice of the willpower impact, an extremely subtle fluctuation suddenly appeared and sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and was extremely surprised. Because the sound fluctuation was too subtle, it was like an illusion, so he didn't dare to be sure whether the fluctuation existed or not. He carefully sensed and identified it and finally confirmed that there were other voices mixed in with the crazy willpower. You. It was a very weak fluctuation, as if it was difficult to even transmit a message. The willpower of this voice was very weak, like that of a baby, easily defeated. It gave Jiang Xi the feeling that the crazy willpower was like a layer of shell, protecting this weak willpower. Finally, half a month later, it barely managed to transmit a message. Don't believe it. I am the spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Jiang Xi was immediately stunned. This weak willpower was the spirit of Mount Xianhuang's treasure. Then the spirit of Mount Xianhuang with the old voice from before was fake. He really wanted to communicate with the weak willpower, but it was like a newborn, too weak, and its ability to transmit messages was very poor. Wait. Jiang Xi maintained his patience. He could sense that this weak willpower was becoming stronger. Just like that, a year later, the weak willpower could finally communicate normally. You said you're the spirit of Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Xi asked. Yes, to be exact, I'm the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, the weak willpower replied. In the battle back then, the 9 peaks of Mount Xianhuang were shattered. I was also scattered, and my memories were completely shattered. After a long time, I finally regathered some of my origin willpower and memories. However, I discovered that the main peak of Mount Xianhuang had already given birth to a new treasure spirit. Moreover, it had already devoured a large amount of the treasure's origin, which were those light blades. We fought once, and I suffered a crushing defeat, almost collapsing again. Fortunately, some of the crazy willpower of that battle still remained in the treasure's origin, and I used it to resist its devouring. However, that battle also caused me to suffer heavy losses, and I had no choice but to fall into a deep slumber. That was until you brought the other 6 peaks and disrupted the order of Mount Xianhuang's origin space. I was stimulated and began to awaken, and it wasn't until recently that I managed to recondense my willpower. Jiang Xi was still cautious as he listened to its narration. Those crazy willpowers said they wanted to kill me? That was an instinctive action of the crazy willpowers while I was asleep. Because as soon as you approached the new spirit of Mount Xianhuang, I was worried that it would fuse with the other 6 peaks, and the treasure's origin would increase greatly. At that time, I might be completely devoured by it, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang answered. It continued, you should remember, when you were communicating with the new spirit of Mount Xianhuang, I used those crazy willpowers to warn you that it would kill you. Jiang Xi nodded. That was indeed the case. What's your purpose in communicating with me now? What do you want to do? I want to recognize you as my master, and become the treasure spirit of those 6 peaks. That way, I'll have a body, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang answered. Those 6 peaks were originally a part of my body. It was afraid that Jiang Xi wouldn't agree, and hurriedly added. What about my benefits? Jiang Xi was very calm. If the treasure has a spirit, the scattered treasure's origin will recondense, and its power will increase. Moreover, if I have a body, I can fight for the treasure's origin outside to strengthen myself. The power of the 6 peaks will also increase greatly. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang spoke more and more fluently. Jiang Xi's heart stirred, and he communicated with Ni Shang again, explaining the situation. A treasure with an artifact spirit will indeed be more powerful. Moreover, in its current state, as long as it enters the heavenly tower, it won't be able to cause any trouble, Ni Shang said confidently. Jiang Xi nodded, relieved. Next, he communicated with the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang again, and then released the barrier of the heavenly tower. Invisible waves began to merge into the space of the heavenly tower. Very quickly, these waves condensed into an extremely illusory 9-layered peak. It was very similar to the 9-layered peak formed by light blades outside, but there was an even more ancient implication. However, it looked very weak and could disappear at any time. It felt like a gust of wind could blow it away. Jiang Xi nodded lightly at it, and then a stream of light flew out of his body and rapidly expanded. It was the 6-layered peak. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Xuanhuang's voice was filled with excitement. Whoosh, the illusory 9-layered peak and the 6-layered peak merged into one, and instantly, light shone brightly. The 6-layered peak, which was originally a 5th-stage treasure, actually showed signs of condensing light blades. This was a sign that the treasure's origin was about to condense. The treasure's aura fluctuations were rapidly increasing. Very quickly, it became a 6th-stage treasure. The 6-layered peak originally had a treasure's origin, but it has always been in a scattered state. This old spirit of Mount Xianhuang also carried some treasure's origin. After it merged, not only did it condense these scattered origins, but it also condensed the origin's origin. It also increased the total amount of this treasure's origin, and its power also increased greatly because of this. As the owner of the 6-layered peak, Jiang Xi clearly sensed the changes in the 6-layered peak, and he also formed a connection with the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. This way, I can use the 6-layered peak's ability to transform into armor again. My control over time and space has also greatly increased. Once it merges with my mountain sea spacetime, its power will be even stronger. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this upgrade. Master, the 6-layered peak's damage hasn't completely recovered, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang suddenly said. Damage? Yes, the damage caused by that battle has yet to recover because of the lack of origin. Then it'll be fine after devouring the treasure's origin outside? Yes. Jiang Xi and the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang conversed. At this moment, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang seemed to have discovered something, and it roared, Human, how dare you trick me? This was because it discovered that the old spirit protected by the crazy will had disappeared. At the same time, the power of the 6-layered peak of the human race suddenly increased. Clearly, the old spirit had become the spirit of the six-layered peak's treasure. Ha, I'm tricking you. Jiang Xi laughed. You set me up and wanted to kill me, and you dare say I'm tricking you? Human, I wanted to acknowledge you as my master out of goodwill. When did I want to kill you? You're insulting me, insulting a Tier 9 treasure. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was furious. Oh. Riverward sneered. The conditions for a 9th-grade supreme treasure to recognize an owner and the strength of one's primordial spirit aren't what you said. I'm now a perfected lord, and I need a heavenly venerable level essence soul. If you're not harming me, what are you doing? The spirit of Mount Xianhuang fell silent, and suddenly roared crazily, Impossible, how did you find out? How did you find out? My tower is a Tier 9 treasure, what do you think? Jiang Xi's smile did not change. No wonder you can survive in this space. The spirit of Mount Xuanhuang's tone was filled with indignation. Stop struggling, obediently acknowledge me as your master, Jiang Xi said. You need a master eventually, or you'll be trapped here forever. You? The spirit of Mount Xianhuang sneered, you're far from it. If you want to be my master, you must be the top existence in this sea of chaos. If you become my master, I'm afraid you won't be able to unleash my full power even after countless years. That's my shame, and even more so the shame of my previous master. I'll give you a chance. Jiang Xi shook his head. Then, he ordered the spirit of Mount Xianhuang, absorb. Yes, master. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was pleasantly surprised. Rumble. A hole suddenly opened at the bottom of the dust-sized heaven-connecting tower. The 6-layered mountain extended out from the hole and quickly grew larger. Soon, it became larger than a star, and its height instantly exceeded hundreds of millions of kilometers. And heaven-connecting tower just happened to sit at the highest point of the 6-layered mountain. Ha! Absorb! Absorb! I'll absorb, absorb, absorb. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang shouted excitedly. Boom! In this vast and dark space, there seemed to be another source. Endless light blades immediately sensed the attraction of the 6-layered mountain and surged over crazily. The 9-layered mountain formed by the light blades also trembled slightly, attracted by the 6-layered mountain that was very close to it. It was like a towering skyscraper that was about to collapse. The light blades that were constantly emitting seemed to have been blown by a gust of wind, deviating their direction and flying towards the 6-layered mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. Countless light blades flew over like moths to a flame, causing the entire 9-layered mountain to tremble. No! The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was shocked and panicked. Previously, the old spirit did not have a carrier, so it naturally could not compete with it. Now that it had a carrier, it was not afraid of it. Because it and the old spirit were existences on the same level. It was just that one controlled less source of the treasure, and the other controlled more. It was like an engine of the same quality, but one had less fuel, and the other had more fuel now. The old spirit was going all out, and the speed at which it swallowed the light blades was not slower than it. No! The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was anxious. Stop, stop. Why stop? The spirit of Mount Xianhuang laughed. This source of the treasure is mine, it's Mount Xuanhuang's. The 6-layered mountain and Mount Xianhuang are one. The treasure is yours, and it's also mine. Moreover, the 6-layered mountain is damaged, and I need the source of the treasure to recover. Don't worry, I won't take it all. I only want the damage from that battle to be completely recovered. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang laughed as it devoured the light blades. It was like a hungry wolf that had been starved for countless eras and suddenly saw a pile of fresh meat, tearing it apart madly. On the other side, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang was trying its best to control the light blades on its body from being sucked away. One was trying its best to devour. One was trying its best to control. However, there were too many sources of the treasure in the form of light blades, and the spirit of Mount Xianhuang could not control them all. Buzz buzz buzz, endless light blades surged towards the six-layered mountain that was hundreds of millions of kilometers tall. When they came into contact, it was like water coming into contact with a dry riverbed, and was completely absorbed. A yellow luster began to flow on the surface of the black six-layered mountain, and its aura was also faintly changing. Moreover, these were only the external changes. The internal changes were even more intense. As the master of the six-layered mountain, Jiang Xi could clearly sense that the originally ordinary six-layered mountain's interior seemed to be decomposing into countless tiny components. There were many scars and rust on the surface of the countless tiny components. Due to the lack of the source of the treasure, it had been severely corroded over the endless years. However, when the source of the treasure poured in, the tiny components began to regain their vitality. The scars and rust quickly disappeared, and slowly became brand new. During this process, the overall aura of the six-layered mountain was rapidly increasing. The power of the treasure was gradually increasing. Whoosh, endless light blades converged like a storm. Under Jiang Xi's control, the size of the six-layered mountain was also constantly expanding. Its height went from hundreds of millions of kilometers to billions of kilometers, tens of billions of kilometers. 1 light year, 2 light years, the more source of the treasure, the higher the maximum height of the six-layered mountain. The larger its size, the larger its surface area of contact, and the more light blades it could devour at the same time. This was a process of becoming stronger and stronger. No. Stop right there. This is mine, stop, stop. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang was furious. Chapter 604. The complete Mount Xianhuang was made up of 9 peaks. Mount Xianhuang was the main peak, and the other 8 peaks were stacked on top of it. However, countless years ago, in that great battle, the 9 mountains had been shattered into pieces. The insides of each mountain had been severely damaged, and the spirit of the supreme treasure had been scattered. The main peak of Mount Xianhuang stored almost all the treasure's origins, which was why it could give birth to a new treasure spirit. Moreover, with the help of the treasure's origins, it had long recovered from the damage. It could display its original might and become one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the Chaos Sea. The other 8 peaks were not treated so well, and no one knew where they drifted to. Due to the internal injuries and the lack of the treasure's origins, their power had greatly decreased. For example, Jiang Xi's original Triple Mountain was only a Grade 2 treasure. The Triple Mountain he obtained from True Lord Blacktime was slightly better, but it was only a Grade 3 treasure. Treasures below Grade 3 were completely common in the Chaos Sea. Many Dao Lords despised them when they saw them. Only the Dao Lords of the 4th universe would treat them as treasures and bring them back to reward the juniors of their race. This was also the reason why Jiang Xi and True Lord Blacktime could each obtain a triple mountain peak of Mount Xianhuang. Of course, Jiang Xi benefited in the end. The 2 triple mountains combined into a 6-fold mountain, and its grade also increased to a Grade 5 treasure. However, even a Grade 5 treasure was far from its original power. After all, it was a component of a Grade 9 treasure. After fusing with the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, this treasure gained spirituality. The scattered treasure's origins gathered and its power increased to a certain extent, advancing to a Grade 6 treasure. However, it still did not reach the upper limit of the 6-fold mountain because its internal injuries had yet to recover. Now, there was a large amount of Mount Xuanhuang's origins in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang. With the help of the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, the 6-fold mountain could wantonly devour these treasures' origins to recover its internal injuries and increase its power. Bigger. Bigger. Grow a little bigger. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang sent messages to Jiang Xi again and again. Jiang Xi also controlled the 6-fold mountain with all his might, causing the treasure's size to reach its limit. Stop, you bandit, stop right now. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang roared angrily, wanting to stop him. Unfortunately, it could not control those light blades. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang kept urging Jiang Xi. The more perfect the six-fold mountain was, the bigger it could become, and at the same time, the more light blades it could absorb. As for the nine-layered mountain formed by the light blades, it trembled even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. A large number of light blades were swallowed by the six-layered mountain. Master, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, Mount Xianhuang, Xianhuang, of the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Xianhuang, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang, of Mount Xianhuang, Xianhuang, of Mount Xianhuang. Of Xianhuang, Xianhuang of the of Zuf of Xianhuang of Xianhuang. Shuhuang of the Xianhuang of Xianhuang of Xianhuang, of Xianhuang Xianhuang. You. Mount. Of Xianhuang Xianhuang, of Xuanhuangs, Xuanhuangs. You and I are one. What is yours is mine. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang laughed, still madly devouring the light blades. You will die. I will find a new master and have him destroy you. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang roared. You still want to find a master? The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang laughed. Can a true lord with a heavenly venerable level essence spirit come to you? Or can a Tao lord with a supreme level essence spirit come to you? Don't even think about it. You are destined to die. Of the two spirit treasures, one was the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang before it was destroyed, and the other was newly born. In terms of standpoint, they were destined to oppose each other and could not coexist. In terms of choice, the spirit of Mount Xianhuang had rejected Jiang Xi, and even wanted to kill Jiang Xi. It had made the wrong choice from the start, allowing the weakened old spirit of Mount Xianhuang to seize the opportunity to counterattack. At the root of it all, Riverward had decided all of this. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang knew very well that only one of them would survive. And that human must have believed in the old spirit. Time passed. The internal injury of Mount Xianhuang has recovered by 30%. 40%. Master, it's half recovered. Every once in a while, the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang would excitedly inform Jiang Xi. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the internal injury of Mount Xianhuang had finally fully recovered. The origin of a Tier 9 Supreme Treasure is indeed powerful. It's only been 10 days. Jiang Xi exclaimed. The nine-layered mountain formed by the light blades had shrunk significantly. It had shrunk from 90,000 kilometers high to 80,000 kilometers high. Compared to Mount Xuanhuang's maximum height of 7 light-years, the nine-layered mountain looked like a speck of dust. This was because the nine-layered mountain was formed by the origin of the supreme treasure, and not Mount Xuanhuang's true body. Mount Xianhuang was 900 million light-years tall, and Mount Xianhuang was incomparably small in front of it. Of course, this did not mean that Mount Xianhuang was weak. Now that Mount Xianhuang had fully recovered, the aura of the supreme treasure had surpassed Tier 7 and was very close to Tier 8. After the armor transformation, it'll be a Tier 7 defensive supreme treasure. In addition to my physical strength of a Tier 5 supreme treasure, even a heavenly venerable would find it difficult to hurt me, right? My ability to control spacetime has also greatly improved. In addition to my own Mountain Sea spacetime, the spacetime domain formed by the two should be able to reach the level of a half-step heavenly venerable. After carefully sensing it, Jiang Xi quickly familiarized himself with the new power of Mount Xianhuang. Now, in terms of actual combat strength, I'm still inferior to a half-step heavenly venerable. But my physical defense is only stronger than a half-step heavenly venerable. The only thing I lack is the defense of my primordial spirit. Jiang Xi also had a detailed evaluation of his own strength. He was looking forward to it. When the Grotto Heaven world finished expanding again, with the help of the power of the world, his physical strength and primordial spirit strength would be improved. By then, the flaws in his primordial spirit would be greatly compensated. After testing the power of Mount Xianhuang, Jiang Xi glanced at the slightly shrunken 9-layered mountain. Can you continue to devour the supreme treasure's origin? He asked the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. There's no way to devour it. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang said helplessly, this Mount Xianhuang can only carry so much supreme treasure's origin. Any more and it will dissipate on its own. Jiang Xi nodded gently, feeling a little regretful. I can only wait for my primordial spirit strength to reach the heavenly venerable level before subduing it. Master, don't worry. Mount Xuanhuang's conditions are very harsh. It has been standing in the Chaos Sea for a long time, but no expert has been able to meet the conditions. In a short period of time, I think it will be very difficult for other experts to meet the conditions apart from Master, said the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Of course. Jiang Xi smiled. It was extremely rare for a perfected lord to have a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit strength. In the entire Chaos Sea, not a single one had appeared for countless eras. Even the so-called invincible heavenly venerable purple firmament did not achieve this at the perfected lord level. Even if a perfected lord reached that level, they would not have the strength to survive in this space. After all, there was only one heavenly tower. As for a Tao Lord having a supreme level primordial spirit strength, that was even more impossible. Perhaps in the long history of the Chaos Sea, such a cultivator had never appeared. I'll leave it here for now. Jiang Xi controlled his greed very well and did not let the huge temptation get to his head. However, I'm not in a hurry to leave. I'll go to the Myriad World's ruins after the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world is complete. During this period, I can use the crazy willpower here to continue tempering my primordial spirit strength. Jiang Xi stood in the heavenly tower and looked at the 9-tiered mountain from afar. After the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang merged with the 6-tiered mountain, the crazy willpower that filled the origin source space did not disappear. That was because that crazy willpower belonged to the former master of Mount Xianhuang. That was a terrifying existence. Even though countless eras had fallen, the remnant crazy willpower still remained in the origin source of the ultimate treasure and did not dissipate. The strength of Jiang Xi's primordial spirit began to slowly increase under the impact of the crazy willpower. Buzz, the 7 light-year-tall 6-tiered mountain rapidly shrank and disappeared as Jiang Xi withdrew it into his body. The heavenly tower slowly advanced in this vast dark space, approaching the 9-tiered mountain formed by the light blades and receiving an even stronger willpower impact. Human, you will regret this. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang could only roar crazily, but there was nothing it could do. Because it had not broken through the boundary of an ultimate treasure, it was restricted by the laws. Unless there was an expert controlling it, it would do anything it could not do. Time passed, year after year. Jiang Xi was trying his best to temper the strength of his primordial spirit. At the same time, his clone was also trying his best to deduce Taoist techniques, striving to reach the heavenly Tao realm as soon as possible. Cultivating 7 Taoist techniques at the same time was hundreds of millions of times more difficult than cultivating one Taoist technique to the heavenly Tao. However, Jiang Xi was very patient. It had only been 1,000 years since he became a true lord. Under normal circumstances, if a 5th transformation true lord could cultivate to the desolate level, it would basically take tens of thousands of eras. An era was 36 million years. He hadn't even lived for 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. Rumble. The mountain sea Grotto Heaven in the depths of the 4th universe finally completed its 3rd expansion. It went from a diameter of 2 billion light-years to 3 billion light-years. The limit of a cosmic Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven world was only 900 million light-years in diameter. After the expansion was completed, Jiang Xi introduced the new power of the world. Immediately, the toughness of his body and the toughness of his soul underwent significant improvements and transformations. This improvement took 3 days, and the improvement was very obvious. His body's strength rose from a Tier 5 ultimate treasure to a Tier 6 ultimate treasure, another level. As for the strength of his primordial spirit, after being tempered by the crazy will for 1,000 years, it had already surpassed a cosmic Tao Lord. Now, with the help of the power of the world, it finally underwent a substantial transformation, comparable to the top cosmic Tao Lords. With the defense of a Tier 6 ultimate treasure, my primordial spirit's defense should not be weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, right? Jiang Xi smiled confidently. After 1,000 years of seclusion, his attack, body, and primordial spirit had all undergone a qualitative leap. Jiang Xi evaluated himself. His overall combat strength should be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable, however, he could not be sure since he had not fought. In terms of attack, compared to a half-step heavenly venerable, his Dao techniques and secret techniques were too inferior. Most of them were supported by the long shuttle formed by the heaven-piercing tower. In addition, his grotto heaven world far exceeded the limit of a Dao Lord, so the power of the world it could provide was also stronger. That was why he could easily kill other cosmic Tao Lords. If not for the heaven-piercing tower, his defense would at most be comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. His attack would be worlds apart. My attack needs to be strengthened. What if I meet a freak with a Tier 9 ultimate treasure one day? Jiang Xi shook his head. He did not even need a Tier 9 ultimate treasure. As long as the other party had a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, his advantage would be gone. After all, the heaven-piercing tower was only a special ultimate treasure, not an offensive ultimate treasure. Moreover, he had only refined the 75th seal of the heaven-piercing tower and could not fully unleash its power. The reason why it was so powerful in terms of attack was entirely because of the sturdiness of the Tier 9 ultimate treasure itself. I've cultivated here for 1,000 years. It's time to go. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Then, the dust-sized heaven-piercing tower began to move away from the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the light blades. The strength of his essence spirit had already reached the limit of the cosmic realm. If he wanted to break through to the heavenly venerable level, it was not something that could be completed by external tempering. It was either a breakthrough in cultivation or a great opportunity. Riverward understood that the difficulty of these two methods was not small, especially the latter. After he obtained Qing Shuang's legacy in the mysterious monitoring space, he caught the great opportunity of Mount Xianhuang as soon as he came out. If there was another one, it would be too heaven-defying and almost impossible. Human, you will regret it. You and that old spirit will both regret it. The spirit of Mount Xuanhuang's old voice sounded again, filled with anger and indignation. The next time I come here, it will be to subdue you. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. Impossible. You're delusional, you're dreaming. The spirit of Mount Xianhuang roared boom. Heaven-piercing tower instantly accelerated and gradually moved away from the 9-layered mountain peak, no longer paying attention to it. 1,000 years ago, when Jiang Xi first came to this space, because the light blades outside were too strong, his spiritual sense could not spread outside heaven-piercing tower at all and could not investigate this space. He could only rely on the senses of the treasure to come to the core area of this space and find the 9-layered mountain peak. Of course, with the current strength of his essence spirit, his spiritual sense was still unable to stay in this space, even for a millionth of a second. After all, even a heavenly venerable would be killed by those light blades if they came in. Fortunately, I have the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang to guide me now, so I don't have to worry about losing my way. Jiang Xi controlled heaven-piercing tower and flew in a direction. The old spirit of Mount Xianhuang was the spirit of the treasure before it was destroyed, so it was naturally familiar with this space. Under its guidance, Jiang Xi quickly arrived at the edge of this space. The space barrier here is slightly weaker. With Master's strength, you should be able to force your way through this layer of barrier, said the old spirit of Mount Xianhuang. Jiang Xi nodded, and then with a thought, the top of heaven-piercing tower pointed at the space barrier in front of him and slammed into it. Whoosh! A hole was instantly torn in the space barrier, and heaven-piercing tower went through it and left Mount Xuanhuang's origin space. Whoosh! It felt as if he had entered the sea from a small puddle, and the world suddenly became vast. Where is this? Jiang Xi immediately observed his surroundings. The chaotic gray fog in front of him was churning violently. There was a huge abyss crack on the left and right, and terrifying lightning flashed inside. And behind it was Mount Xianhuang. It's not Mount Xuanhuang's 36 large safe zones, but one of the narrow safe zones. There are no cultivators cultivating here. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense quickly found out. For safety's sake, he did not stay here and immediately flew out of this area. When he was really far away from Mount Xianhuang and the space stabilized, he used teleportation to rush to the mysterious monitoring space. He wanted to use the space whirlpool there to head to Myriad World ruins. Without the monitoring space, even with a detailed map, it would take nearly 10,000 years to reach Myriad World ruins from Mount Xianhuang by teleportation or flying. Jiang Xi shook his head. Now, it was convenient. By using the space whirlpool in the monitoring space, he could reach any place in Chaos Sea in a short time. 3 months later, in the boundless Chaos Sea, in the depths of a dangerous place called Black Flame Region, an ancient 9-story tower appeared out of thin air. I've finally arrived at Myriad World ruins. Jiang Xi was in the space of heaven-piercing tower, looking at the black flames outside that seemed to be able to burn everything. Black Flame Region was a dangerous place near Myriad World ruins, and the black flames in the deepest part were very powerful. Even a first-step heavenly master would die if he entered. However, heaven-piercing tower passed through Black Flame Region unscathed, and soon left the area covered by the black flames. In the next moment, Jiang Xi saw a spectacular scene that was completely different from Golden River and Mount Xianhuang. Boom! It was as if there was a huge wave that hit the surface of the sea, and the roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the turbulent Chaos Sea, there was an extremely huge abyss whirlpool. It seemed to be able to devour everything. However, the abyss whirlpool did not have the slightest devouring force. It only emitted a gloomy aura of death, as if it was the most terrifying place in the world. Myriad World ruins, it's said to be the place where Myriad World is buried. This sentence appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. The stone token left behind by Qing Shuang contained the entire map of Chaos Sea, and the introduction of Myriad World ruins started with this sentence. According to Qing Shuang, Myriad World ruins was a place that was even older than his tribe, and even the upper realm was afraid of it. Qing Shuang's tribe is the descendant of those terrifying existences in the relief carvings. They are already very ancient, and I don't know how many eons ago they were. Myriad World ruins has existed for even longer than Qing Shuang's tribe. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. In the long years of Chaos Sea, there had been many crises, and many secrets had been buried. Let's go check it out. Immediately, he teleported towards Myriad World ruins, crossing a distance of nearly 10,000 light-years each time in 3 hours. He had crossed 100 million light-years and arrived near Myriad World ruins. It was not like Mount Xianhuang, where the surrounding time and space were completely messed up under the raging aura of the powerful ultimate treasure, and teleportation was not allowed. There was no such concern in Myriad World ruins, as the huge abyss whirlpool was like a dead object, and did not bring any negative effects to the surrounding time and space. Of course, teleportation was not possible in Myriad World ruins, as the time and space were completely still, burying everything, including time and space. Jiang Xi sighed, and detailed information about Myriad World ruins appeared in his mind. The entrance of Myriad World ruins in the form of an abyss was more than 300 million light-years in diameter, and its depth was unknown. It was not unpredictable, but unmeasurable. This was because any experts who went below 90,000 light-years in Myriad World ruins had all disappeared. According to the map on the stone token, even Qing Shuang's tribe had only explored to a depth of 90,000 light-years, and did not dare to go any further. Therefore, Myriad World ruins was known as the strangest place in Chaos Sea. However, it was also the place with the most opportunities. Whoosh! Jiang Xi drove Tongtian Tower and entered the huge abyss. Silence, dead silence, and not a single sound could be heard. Even the chaotic gray fog outside the ruins of myriad worlds slowed down and flowed slowly. Being in such an environment, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, as if some strange existence would suddenly appear beside him at any time. Therefore, Chaos C passed on a message: if you want to explore myriad world ruins, you must be brave. Damn! Jiang Xi's body trembled. Even though he was in Tongtian Tower, he could feel the terrifying silence. Even with his current strength, he could feel chills all over his body and his heart. However, Jiang Xi's attention was quickly attracted by the scene inside myriad world ruins. He saw pieces of irregular stone celestial bodies floating quietly in the vast abyss, as if they had existed since ancient times. Looking around, there were countless stone celestial bodies of different sizes. The largest one had a diameter of more than 1 light-year. The smallest one had a diameter of only tens of thousands of kilometers. Myriad world ruins buried myriad worlds. It's actually an extra-large tomb. Jiang Xi looked at the stone celestial bodies. The so-called myriad world ruins was an explanation of myriad worlds. The most common view was that myriad worlds represented these irregular stone celestial bodies because there was a space hidden inside each stone. Of course, there were other explanations. For example, Qing Shuang's tribe had a speculation that myriad world ruins buried the universes of countless calamity eras in Chaos Sea, including primal universes and miniature universes of celestial masters. The space inside the stone celestial bodies was formed by those universes. No matter what, let's explore first. Jiang Xi followed Qing Shuang's map and shuttled between the stone celestial bodies. Some of the spaces inside the stone celestial bodies were ownerless and could be entered and exited at will. Some of them were keepsake spaces that could only be entered with a keepsake. Myriad world ruins had existed in Chaos Sea for countless eras. Those ownerless spaces had been explored again and again by the great beings of calamity eras. Until now, there were still great beings who could find opportunities in those spaces. As for the keepsake spaces, the probability of obtaining opportunities was even higher. For example, the black talisman left behind by Qing Shuang was a keepsake of a keepsake space. That space contained the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's tribe. It was definitely a great opportunity. That was also the purpose of Jiang Xi's trip to myriad world ruins. Start first, change later. Chapter 605. Inside the ruins of myriad worlds, it was dead silent, without a single sound. Countless irregular stone celestial bodies floated in the void, motionless. 300 light-years away from Jiang Xi, a flying treasure that looked like a palace was flying carefully between the stone celestial bodies. Inside the palace, a man in golden armor was using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings with a solemn expression. He was a universe realm Tao Lord from the second universe and was quite famous in the Chaos Sea. Suddenly, a gust of green wind drifted out from the distant stone celestial body and rolled straight over. The man in golden armor was shocked. He hurriedly activated the flying treasure to get rid of the blue wind. But then, a ball of pale flame came out of another stone celestial body. The white flame went through the void, went through the barrier of the treasure, and went into the flying treasure. The golden-armored man fell down without a sound. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something terrifying. His face was filled with fear. Woo! The green wind also came in and spun strangely in the air. Together with the dancing white flames, it landed on the golden-armored man's body. The man in golden armor was turned into nothingness in an instant. In the silent void, only a miniature palace, a set of golden armor, and some other treasures were left. The cyan wind and the white flame seemed to have reached an agreement that they would each take half of the treasures. Then, They took the treasures and flew back to their respective stone celestial bodies. Just as they were about to fly back, they suddenly stopped. It was as if a person had suddenly turned around. Whether it was the green wind or the white flames, they all revealed a strange and distorted human face. He smiled sinisterly in Jiangxi's direction, but did not make a sound. Then they went back to their respective stone celestial bodies. In the empty void, it was as if nothing had happened. Those irregular stone celestial bodies were still floating in the air, as if they would never change. 300 light-years away, Jiang Xi saw everything with his spirit consciousness. When the cyan wind and white flame turned around to look at him, it seemed that something strange had bitten his spiritual sense. Fuck! Jiang Xi felt his heart twitch violently. It was as if someone had grabbed his heart and squeezed it hard. All the hairs on his body trembled, as if there were 10,000 cold little hands scratching his body. At this moment, the black talisman on his body trembled slightly, dispelling the strange aura. Is this the danger of the Wanjie ruins? That golden-armored man was a universe-level Tao Lord, but he perished in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xi felt a wave of lingering fear, and his expression turned extremely solemn. In Qing Shuang's map, the introduction of the myriad world ruins had mentioned these dangers. One had to be careful of wind and fire in the Wanjie ruins. If one was tainted by these two things, even an Empyrean would find it hard to survive. At this time, the importance of a map was reflected. This was because the positions of the stone celestial bodies in the Wanjie ruins were relatively fixed and rarely changed. Most of the stone celestial bodies that could produce wind and fire were fixed, and the range of activity of the wind and fire would not be too large. As long as one avoided such stone celestial bodies, one would not encounter any strange things. That golden-armored Tao Lord probably did not have many maps of the Wanjie ruins. Otherwise, he would not have passed by that place. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. The map left behind by Qing Shuang was very detailed, and it marked all the safe routes in the Wanjie ruins. Of course, flying along these routes did not mean that one was absolutely safe. It had been a long time since the calamity era that Qing Shuang was in. The powerful aura suddenly spread out and disturbed the void. At the same time, about 10 light-years away from the stone celestial body, there was a palace that had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. It was also a flying treasure. In the palace, there were 3 experts talking. They had 5 pairs of white wings on their backs and they were emitting powerful auras. Obviously, they were all experts from the Heavenly Feather tribe. Coordinate reference area number 19502 in the Wanjie ruins is a good place. Although there are many strange things, there are many unknown spaces in this area. Moreover, most of the strange things here have been discovered by my tribe. As long as you are careful, there should not be any big problems. Shifang, Jinlan, you and your wife have been stationed here for a long time. I am so envious. A man from the Heavenly Feather tribe in black armor laughed. It is a good place, but there are many forces eyeing it. The short man from the Heavenly Feather tribe shook his head gently. As far as I know, there are a few experts from several forces who are also stationed here. If you are envious, why don't we switch places? That's right. Lian Xian, why don't we switch places with you two brothers? A woman from the Heavenly Feather tribe in a light green dress laughed softly. Her voice was very pleasant. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan were 2 extremely powerful universe Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather tribe. Moreover, they were husband and wife and usually worked together. In the vast Chaos Sea, the 2 rarely met opponents, so they were very famous. According to the internal arrangement of the Heavenly Feather tribe, the 2 of them were permanently stationed at coordinate reference area number 19502 to search for opportunities. Tao Lord Lian Xian, who was talking to them, was also a universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather tribe and was stationed in a nearby area. No. The black-armored Tao Lord Lian Xian shook his head decisively. Our Heavenly Feather tribe doesn't know many good places in the Wanjie ruins. Back then, the two of us paid a hefty price to obtain the right to be stationed there. Although there are not as many unowned spaces as this coordinate reference area, it is safer. Ha, you're still as cowardly as ever. The short Dao Lord Shifang laughed. If you ask me. Dao Lord Jinlan in a light green dress was about to speak when she frowned. Dao Lord Shifang's eyes lit up and he carefully sensed. After roaming the Wanjie ruins for so long, they naturally knew some taboos. They could not use their spiritual senses to probe casually, or they could easily provoke some extremely terrifying anomalies. That would be the end of them. Soon, they sensed a special fluctuation coming from afar. It's in that direction. Over there. Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Jinlan turned to look in the same direction at the same time and exchanged a glance. They both knew that there was a movement, and a big one at that. Looks like you're going to have a great harvest. Dao Lord Lian Xian laughed. Lian Xian, are you going? Dao Lord Shifang asked. Of course, we're going. If we can sense it, so can the other experts. The Heavenly Feather tribe isn't the only faction stationed in this area. It's just that the two of you might not be able to handle it. I can help you. Dao Lord Lian Xian nodded. If we can help, we'll naturally benefit. If we can't, we won't. Dao Lord Jinlan smiled. I know that. Dao Lord Lian Xian laughed. Then let's go. Let's hurry and be the first to arrive. Whoosh! The flying treasure that looked like a palace turned into a stream of light and shuttled between the stone celestial bodies, flying in the direction of the commotion. In another part of the void, a flying boat's supreme treasure was also flying unhurriedly. Inside the flying boat, a handsome man was leisurely drinking from a glass of wine. At the same time, he looked at the floating stone celestial bodies with a relaxed expression. He was also a human, but not a human from the fourth universe. The handsome man frowned. There's something special. Did a treasure appear in an ownerless space? Ha, I'm in luck. I was just about to return to the third universe, but I didn't expect to run into such a good thing. Let's go take a look. Whoosh! The flying treasure changed direction and sped away. Sky Connecting Tower, which had also shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, was moving in one direction at 100 times the speed of light. In the space of Sky Connecting Tower, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged and looked at the outside world. However, there was a galaxy flowing in his eyes, and the inexplicable divine light was frightening. It would take about 300 years to reach the token space left behind by Qing Shuang, and only 10 years had passed during this period. He did not stop cultivating and had been deducing Dao techniques. Suddenly, a slight ripple was transmitted here. Ever since he saw that strange scene, Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness had been maintaining an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. He immediately noticed the slight ripple as soon as it entered this area. Jiang Xi's eyes instantly regained clarity, and the flowing galaxy disappeared. A special movement? He was surprised. Time and space in the myriad world ruins were completely still, and it was difficult for there to be any movement. Is it a battle between heavenly venerables? Or is there an ultimate treasure in an ownerless space? Jiang Xi speculated in his heart. He was more inclined to believe that it was the birth of an ultimate treasure, because there were too few heavenly venerables, and the probability of a battle was, of course, very small. Although it's not on the way, I can take a look. What if there is an ultimate treasure? Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. Sky Connecting Tower quickly flew in the direction of the movement. In Qing Shuang's map, a large number of safe routes were marked, and they flew along these routes. After flying for a month. Jiang Xi maintained the state of spreading his spiritual consciousness, and at this moment, his spiritual consciousness encountered the spiritual consciousness of another expert. Are you Jiang Xi? the mountain and sea Tao Lord of the fourth universe? A voice came from the spiritual consciousness. You are. Jiang Xi did not recognize the other party, as this was a foreign spiritual consciousness. I am Tao Lord Tuoyi. A voice came from the spiritual consciousness again. Hello, I didn't expect to meet Tao Lord Tuoyi here. Jiang Xi answered in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, but he was a little surprised. This was because Tao Lord Tuoyi was very famous. In the Chaos Sea, he could be considered an extremely ancient existence from the Red Lotus Holy Land, one of the two Holy Land universes. Even among the many Tao Lord experts in the Red Lotus Holy Land, he could be ranked at the top. In terms of strength, Tao Lord Tuoyi was a half-step celestial venerable like Tao Lord Nine Clouds. This was also the reason why Jiang Xi was surprised. Of course, if he took away the ultimate treasures on him, Tao Lord Tuoyi was slightly weaker than Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Tao Lord Tuoyi came from the Red Lotus Holy Land, so he naturally did not lack ultimate treasures. He had a full set of ultimate treasures, but Tao Lord Nine Clouds did not have any ultimate treasures. He only had ultimate treasures on him. You also noticed the movement, right? Tao Lord Tuoyi asked again. Yes, I'm heading there. Jiang Xi did not hide it, as there was nothing to hide. Me too. Since we have the same destination, why don't we go together? Tao Lord Tuoyi smiled. Sure. Jiang Xi's answer was very straightforward. He also wanted to find out more about the Holy Land universes through Tao Lord Tuoyi. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Tao Lord Tuoyi. Then, the two met up. One drove Sky Tower, and the other drove the white flying ship. They headed in the direction of the movement at high speed. They flew for another 2 days. That is. Jiang Xi's gaze passed through Sky Tower and saw a shocking scene. In the distance, there was a slowly flowing gray fog. It was a stone celestial body with a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers, surrounded by dense, tiny cracks in the void. A faint red fog enveloped the stone celestial body, and at the same time, it repelled the gray fog outside, forming a special area. Moreover, there was an endless stream of red fog gushing out from those cracks, causing the red fog to become thicker and thicker. What was even more shocking was that in the red fog, there was a glowing door that was slowly condensing and taking shape. At this moment, in the nearby void, apart from Jiang Xi's Sky Tower, Tao Lord Tuoyi's white flying ship, there was also a golden palace. Is this Tao Lord Shifang? Tao Lord Tuoyi's voice reverberated. Tao Lord Shifang. Jiang Xi frowned slightly and looked from afar. He quickly recognized that the Golden Palace indeed belonged to Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather clan. These two were very famous in the Chaos Sea, and their supreme treasures were naturally known by other forces. I didn't expect Tao Lord Tuoyi to be in this area. Tao Lord Shifang's voice sounded. Who is in the tower next to us? Is he also from the Red Lotus Holy Land? Ha, this is Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe. Speaking of which, you have some connections. Tao Lord Tuoyi smiled meaningfully. Although the two Holy Land universes and the four primal universes added up to nearly 100 forces, compared to the vast and boundless Chaos Sea, these forces were still too insignificant. In the long years, everyone was busy exploring the Chaos Sea and rarely engaged in life and death disputes. Therefore, if there was a slight commotion between the various forces, it would quickly spread throughout the entire Chaos Sea. In the past 1,000 years, the conflict between the Heavenly Feather clan and the Fourth Universe's human race was considered a relatively large commotion. Among them, Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race were also the core figures that everyone paid attention to. One was a peak Celestial Venerable who was close to becoming an invincible Celestial Venerable. He defeated 2 Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather clan in one battle and became famous in the Chaos Sea. The other was a peerless genius among the Tao Lords who consecutively killed many Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather clan. In particular, in the battle that happened in Mount Xianhuang 1,000 years ago, he almost instantly killed Tao Lord Flying Feather, who had the strength of a celestial venerable's primordial spirit. This was already known by all the major forces. In general, in this continuous conflict, the Heavenly Feather clan did not gain any advantage and suffered a great loss. If not for the fact that both sides had peak celestial venerables, the Heavenly Feather clan would have started a war of extermination. As the saying went, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After hearing Tao Lord Tua Ye's introduction, the expressions of Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather clan immediately changed and became very ugly. I didn't expect Tao Lord Mountain Sea to be so good at currying favor. He actually managed to hook up with an expert from the Red Lotus sacred ground. Tao Lord Shifang's sarcastic voice sounded. Tao Lord Tuoyi, you have to be careful. Don't get plotted against. It's none of your business who I'm with. Jiang Ci retorted. Humph. A cold snort sounded from the Golden Palace, and then it fell silent. The Tao Lord couple of the Heavenly Feather clan did not make a move. This was because after the battle 1,000 years ago, the Heavenly Feather clan's evaluation of Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength was second only to a half-step celestial venerable. They were not confident that they could defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Moreover, there was Tao Lord Tuoyi, who was eyeing them covetously. Now that a great opportunity had appeared, they did not want to start a war now. The gains would definitely not make up for the losses. I think the two of you have misunderstood. I just happened to run into Tao Lord Mountain Sea, so I came along. I didn't expect to encounter an unexcavated ruin here. Haha, such a great opportunity makes me very happy. Tao Lord Tuoyi laughed, appearing very happy. Humph. Another cold snort sounded from the Golden Palace. At this moment, Jiang Ci was no longer paying attention to their conversation. He was carefully observing the stone celestial body that was undergoing a great change. Ruins. Whether it was the human race's database or the information recorded in Qing Shuang's map, there was a certain introduction to the stone celestial bodies in the myriad world ruins. Every stone celestial body had a hidden space. The excavated spaces were divided into ownerless spaces and keepsake spaces. The various forces in the Chaos Sea generally believed that these excavated spaces represented the myriad worlds in the myriad world ruins. However, after countless years, there were still many spaces within the stone celestial bodies that had not been excavated. It was not that everyone did not want to excavate them, but that they could not open them. Even celestial venerables did not have the strength to open those unexcavated spaces. They could only wait for those spaces to open by themselves. These unexcavated spaces were called ruins, which meant graveyards. According to the aura fluctuations emitted when the space opened, these spaces could be divided into Tao Lord ruins and celestial venerable ruins. Under normal circumstances, Tao Lord ruins would contain one or more Tao Lord legacies, and at the same time, there would be some rank 5 or even rank 6 ultimate treasures. Celestial venerable ruins would contain celestial venerable legacies, and there was a certain chance of rank 7 ultimate treasures appearing. Among these two types of ruins, Tao Lord ruins were more common. Usually, one Tao Lord ruin would appear every few million epochs. Celestial venerable ruins were extremely rare and had only appeared once in the Chaos Sea during the Cataclysm era. In the end, the Heavenly Feather race obtained the Celestial Venerable Ruins inheritance and became the strongest race in the first universe, becoming the third strongest force in the Chaos Sea. However, the ruins in front of him had not been completely opened and the aura fluctuations were still increasing. He could not determine whether it was Tao Lord ruins or Celestial Venerable ruins. However, Jiang Ci guessed that it should be Celestial Venerable ruins if nothing unexpected happened. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I'm sure this ruins will attract many experts. My Red Lotus sacred ground has no other experts nearby. It won't take long for it to be completely opened. I'm the strongest and I'm afraid I'll become the target of everyone. Moreover, you have a grudge against the Heavenly Feather race. If things get chaotic later, they might rope in other experts to deal with you. Why don't we join forces? Dao Lord Tuoyi suddenly sent a voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Sure. Jiang Xi agreed. However, if there are inheritances or supreme treasures, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to get them. Of course. Dao Lord Tuoyi smiled. Just like that, the two of them reached a temporary agreement in private. Although Dao Lord Tuoyi was a half-step heavenly venerable, he relied on the power of supreme treasures to a large extent. His true combat strength was still inferior to Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was a half-step heavenly venerable who relied solely on secret techniques. If he really encountered someone who could restrain him or was focused on, there was nothing he could do. Although he could save his life, he might not be fated with the ruins in front of him. Jiang Xi also had his own considerations. He estimated that his actual combat strength was at the half-step heavenly venerable level. However, he had not experienced actual combat and was not confident. Joining forces with Dao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground could avoid some risks. Furthermore, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had experienced countless cataclysm eras and definitely had a high understanding of the ruins. He could learn more about the ruins through Dao Lord Tuoyi. Chapter 606. As time passed, the red mist gushing out from the cracks in the void around the stone celestial body became thicker and thicker. It covered the surrounding void like a bloody purgatory. The special aura emanating from the space inside the stone celestial body also became stronger. Soon, the aura fluctuations attracted another flying ship supreme treasure. Inside was the handsome man with a relaxed expression. He was a human expert from the third universe. However, when he saw the opening of the ruins, he could no longer remain calm. His eyes exploded with shocking heavenly light and greed. At this moment, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, and the couple from the Heavenly Feather race didn't attack the newcomer. They were all holding back. Ha, it's so lively here. Dao Lord Shenfang and Dao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather race. Dao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Dao Lord Xianglu of the Third Universe's human race. And Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race. Another arrogant laugh sounded. At the same time, a thick corpse aura spread out. Ah, this is the newly born ruins? The arrogant voice suddenly changed. It was filled with surprise. Whoosh! A pale white stream of light that had just arrived immediately charged toward the stone door that was forming in the red mist. In the distance, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Shenfang, and the others just watched coldly. They didn't stop it. The pale white stream of light entered the area shrouded in red mist, trying to enter the glowing stone door. However, the stone door hadn't formed yet. It was like an illusory shadow. The pale white stream of light passed through it without touching the stone door at all. Stupid corpse race. Dao Lord Shenfang sneered. His mocking voice resounded through space. We were all watching from afar and didn't enter. You rushed to enter as soon as you arrived. Can't you guess that you can't enter before the stone door forms? How laughable and stupid. Dao Lord Jinlan sneered. Idiot of the Heavenly Feather race. The other experts didn't say anything. You guys are the only ones who are complaining. Of course, I know that when the ruins appear, the stone door must be completely formed before you can enter. But what if this ruins is different? Furthermore, who knows if your Heavenly Feather race has tried it before? The deathly white flowing light stopped, and a stone coffin could be seen. An ice-cold voice came from within Jiang Xi and the others recognized him. This was the corpse race expert of the first universe, Dao Lord Dark Sea. He liked to ride a stone coffin cardinal treasure to roam the Chaos Sea. The Tao Lord of the Dark Sea was right. The experts of the Heavenly Feather race were the first to arrive. They had indeed tried to enter the stone door. After all, ruins were very rare. Even though the Heavenly Feather race was the strongest race in the first universe, they had never encountered more than 10 ruins. His understanding of the ruins was definitely not as deep as the two Holy Land universes. Foolish corpse race, stop finding excuses for your stupidity. Tao Lord Shifang sneered again. Fools of the Heavenly Feather race. Tao Monarch Nether Sea retorted. The other great beings present only looked on coldly. The Heavenly Feather race and the corpse race were the pinnacle races of the first universe. They were ranked first and second respectively. The two races were natural enemies because of their natural talents. They had never stopped fighting and killing each other. Although the corpse race was slightly weaker than the Heavenly Feather race, they could still maintain the prosperity of their race under the suppression of the Heavenly Feather race. The overall strength of this race could be imagined. They were definitely one of the top 10 forces in the Chaos Sea. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this time, another Tao Lord of the Demon race from the second universe came. He was very similar to the demon beast winged dragon that Jiang Xi had seen when he first stepped on the path of cultivation on Earth. The dragon's body was covered with black scales and a pair of black flesh wings. However, this Tao Lord winged dragon was very low-key. After arriving, he greeted everyone and did not say anything else. He waited quietly. After that, other than Tao Lord winged dragon, no other great beings from other forces came. Up until now, all of the experts who had arrived were at the universe level of Tao Lords. On the surface, the strongest was Tao Lord Tuoyi, who had the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. According to the division of forces, they were the Heavenly Feather race and the corpse race of the first universe, the human race of the third universe, the human race of the fourth universe, and the Red Lotus Sacred Land. There were a total of 6 forces. Jiang Xi only knew that he was alone. As for the others, he was not sure. Everyone was hiding in the flying treasure and cautiously using their spirit senses to isolate themselves from the detection of other great beings. No one knew how many great beings were in the flying treasure. Tao Lord Dark Sea of the corpse race seemed to be alone. Perhaps there were other great beings in the stone coffin. As for the Heavenly Feather race, there might be more than just the couple. It was hard to say until the last moment. At this moment, the stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely enveloped by the thick red fog. The glowing stone door was finally about to fully condense. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled violently. At this moment, the stone door completely condensed. The powerful aura fluctuations that erupted from the stone door finally reached the limit of a Tao Lord. So it's a Tao Lord's ruin. The Tao Lord's eyes narrowed. Mountain Sea, remember our agreement. Tao Lord Tuoyi sent a voice transmission with his spirit sense. Don't worry. Before we see the inheritance in the supreme treasure, we'll be united against the outside world. Jiang Xi replied. Although the Tao Lords were excited, they were all universe Tao Lords who had roamed the Chaos Sea for countless eras. At this juncture, they could still maintain their calm. Go! Tao Lord Tuoyi shouted coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both the sky tower and the white flying vessel turned into streaks of light and charged towards the stone door. Almost at the same time, the experts of the Heavenly Feather race, the corpse race, the demon race of the second universe, and the human race of the third universe all flew towards the stone door. Quick, stop Tao Lord Tuoyi. Tuoyi, you're the strongest and know the ruins the best. I think you should be the last to enter. Tao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather race sneered. At the same time, streaks of white feather light shot towards Tao Lord Tuoyi. Those white feather shadows quickly condensed into a white battle blade in the air. It seemed to be filled with a strong murderous aura, but it also had a holy halo. Tuoyi, the Red Lotus sacred ground has many inheritances. You also have a set of 6th grade supreme treasures. Why are you still fighting with us for this Tao Lord ruins? Tao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse Race's cold voice also resounded in the area. Instantly, a huge illusory head condensed into form. The illusory head had its eyes closed and was dripping with blood. It opened its huge mouth and emitted a strong suction force, wanting to swallow Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Tuoyi. As if they had agreed, the opposing Heavenly Feather Race and Corpse Race all attacked at the same time to deal with Tao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus sacred ground. However, none of them attacked Jiang Xi. Clearly, in their eyes, Tao Lord Tuoyi, who had the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerable, was a greater threat. He was also the one who knew the most about ruins out of everyone present. If they did not work together to stop him, there was a high chance that the opportunities in this Tao Lord ruins would fall into Tao Lord Tuoyi's hands. The Tao Lords present could be said to be the elites of their respective races. None of them were fools and knew what was the most reasonable thing to do. The huge white feather battle blade, the illusory head, the fist mark, all the attacks were directed towards Tao Lord Tuoyi. In the face of these attacks, the white flying ship that was flying at high speed in front disappeared instantly. Tao Lord Tuoyi appeared in the void. He looked similar to a human except for a single horn on his forehead and 2 pointed ears. With a cold snort, the illusory figure of a red lotus appeared behind him. The moment this red lotus appeared, it immediately affected spacetime. Even though spacetime in the myriad world's ruins was completely still, waves of shocking spacetime ripples appeared around the assassin. Red Lotus Sacred Ground's unique mystic skill illusory figure. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. Red Lotus Sacred Ground's mystic skill illusory figure was a red lotus while Great Sky Sacred Grounds was a huge hammer. Buzz! The Red Lotus illusory figure swayed gently and instantly, the void trembled. Waves of powerful ripples spread out in all directions. The huge white feather battle blade, the illusory head, the fist mark, and other powerful attacks were all disintegrated by these ripples and dissipated instantly. Mountain Sea, follow me. Tao Lord Tuoyi abandoned his flying cardinal treasure and flew towards the stone door. Good. Riverward didn't slow down, but he was secretly shocked. This Tao Lord Tuoyi's strength was indeed tyrannical. He had a deeper understanding of the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Tao Lord Tuoyi is going crazy. He's using his strongest mystic skill right away. We must stop him. If we don't stop him, we definitely won't be able to obtain the opportunities inside. Slow him down first. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, why aren't you helping to stop Tao Lord Tuoyi? Once he enters, the opportunities inside the Tao Lord ruins will be his. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, hurry up and attack. 2 voices sounded consecutively and Jiang Xi attacked together. Jiang Xi ignored them and continued flying. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, do you think you can obtain the opportunities inside the Tao Lord ruins just by following Tao Lord Tuoyi? You'll regret it later. When the experts saw that Jiang Xi was unmoved, they were instantly enraged and berated him. You guys talk so much nonsense. Regret? Attack me if you have the guts. Jiang Xi sneered. Shameless brat. Several cold snorts sounded. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race and the Corpse Race ignored Jiang Xi and did not divert their attention to attack Jiang Xi. In their eyes, Tao Lord Tuoyi was their greatest enemy. Both sides unleashed one attack after another as they continued to besiege Tao Lord Taeboyi. As for Tao Lord Long of the Second Universe's Demon Race and Tao Lord Xianglu of the Third Universe's Human Race, they attacked to stop Jiang Xi. Those who dared to roam the myriad world's ruins were basically all Universe Realm Tao Lords. Tao Lord Shenfang, Tao Lord Jinlan and Tao Lord Dark Sea were even more outstanding. Among the universe realm Tao Lords, they were ranked at the top and were only inferior to half-step heavenly venerates. Right now, the three of them joined forces and released their full combat strength. Even though Tao Lord Tuoyi possessed the combat strength of a half-step heavenly venerate, he did not dare to underestimate their attacks and his speed was affected instantly. Shu. Jiang Xi, who was initially following closely behind him, passed Tao Lord Tuoyi instantly and charged to the front. Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xiang Li's attacks did not affect Jiang Xi much. Given his current strength, it was extremely easy for him to deal with two universe realm Tao Lords. Don't worry about that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. He doesn't understand the myriad worlds at all and will be fine even if he enters. As long as we stop Tao Lord Tuoyi, there won't be any problems. Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Dark Sea shouted one after another. Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xianglu who stopped Jiang Xi earlier on did not continue attacking Jiang Xi and turned to attack Tao Lord Tuoyi. Whoosh, whoosh. However, Tao Lord Tuoyi did not ask for Jiang Xi's help. He broke through the attacks with all his might and flew towards the stone door. Although the distance was far and was billions of kilometers away, given the speed of Jiang Xi and the others, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Shu. Jiang Xi transformed into a streak of light and was the first to charge through the stone door, entering the ruins that had yet to be excavated. The next moment, Tao Lord Tuoyi, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Corpse Race and the others who were restraining each other charged in almost at the same time. This is. After they entered, they were all shocked and forgot to fight for a moment. The space within the ruins was extremely safe and did not have any dangerous aura. It's completely different from the ruins recorded in Qing Shuang's map. Jiang Xi, who was the first to charge in, surveyed his surroundings as well. It was a huge square with huge gray stones laid on the ground. There were all kinds of strange landscapes, stone carvings, fake mountains, and so on in the surroundings. Then, in the center of the square, there was a white human-shaped stone sculpture. It was wearing battle armor and holding a heavenly halberd, looking rather mighty. The rich aura fluctuation was emitted by this stone sculpture. It filled the square and passed through the stone door to the outside. As for outside the square, there was only violently churning red mist. There was nothing else. A human-shaped stone sculpture. It's very similar to the human race. The first thing everyone noticed was the human-shaped stone sculpture. Then, they looked at Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xianglu of the Third Universe's human race. Because they were the only two human experts present. This unexcavated ruins actually had a human-shaped stone sculpture. Did that mean that the opportunity here belonged to the human race? Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Xianglu also looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, if I had been stopped just now, I'm afraid you would have taken advantage of me. Tao Lord Tuoyi glanced at Jiang Xi and transmitted with his spiritual sense, I was attacked just now too, Jiang Xi said indifferently. Tao Lord Tuoyi nodded slightly. He knew that if Jiang Xi had not restrained Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xianglu, he would not have been able to enter this space so easily. Before the inheritance appears, we're still in an alliance? Tao Lord Tuoyi asked again. Of course. Jiang Xi smiled. Buzz, at that moment, the Tao Lord aura emitted by the human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly rose to the heavenly venerate level. This is... a great opportunity. Ha! The Tao Lords in the square, including Jiang Xi, were all excited. The heavenly venerate level aura fluctuation meant that the ruins in front of them were the heavenly venerate ruins. In this calamity era, in the history of countless epochs, the heavenly venerate ruins had only appeared once. The heavenly feather race that obtained the inheritance from that heavenly venerate ruins became the strongest race in the first universe and the third largest faction in the Chaos Sea. Outside the stone door, the ruins in front of them looked like a Tao Lord ruin, but inside was a heavenly venerate ruin. The experts present believed that if they could obtain the inheritance and supreme treasures, they would definitely be able to create a force comparable to the heavenly feather race. Crazy. Excited. This is an inheritance related to the human race. If I obtain it, then the human race in the fourth universe will truly soar. Jiang Xi thought excitedly. The other Tao Lords were also very excited. Before the inheritance appeared, everyone had a chance to obtain it. Then, where was the inheritance? Was it those strange landscapes, stone sculptures, and fake mountains? Or was it outside the red fog? Everyone's eyes were focused on the human-shaped stone sculpture in the center of the square. Their eyes were burning with greed. However, no one was willing to be the first to make a move because they were afraid of being focused on. This is the inheritance of the human race. Finally, someone could not hold back and instantly turned into a stream of light, charging toward the human-shaped stone sculpture. Tao Lord Xianglu, you're courting death. A mere human race in the third universe wants to get their hands on the inheritance. Stop him. Immediately, angry shouts sounded. Boom. 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 All sorts of huge secret technique phantoms and a large number of attacks were focused on Tao Lord Xianglu. Humph. Tao Lord Xianglu drew his sword, and sword light shot out in all directions, destroying the attacks. Damn it, he hid his strength. His combat strength is close to that of a half-step heavenly venerable. Tao Lord Shenfang, Tao Lord Minghai, and the other experts were all shocked and furious. Swoosh. At the same time, Jiang Xi also moved. However, he did not charge toward the human-shaped stone sculpture. Instead, he was dodging the sudden attack. Whoosh, a red lotus phantom swayed in the air, emitting void ripples that swept toward Jiang Xi. Tao Lord Tuoyi, our little boat of friendship has capsized just like that. Riverward laughed out loud as he retreated. Right now, you two humans pose the greatest threat to us. Naturally, it's best to get rid of you first. Tao Lord Tuoyi laughed as well. He activated the red lotus phantom with all his might and sent out even more void ripples. At that moment, a long shuttle appeared in Jiang Xi's hand. It was the transformation of heaven-reaching tower. He poured all his strength into it and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. This was the first time he used his full combat strength after his strength metamorphosis. Since he could not hide it anymore, he would use his full strength. In the next moment, the long shuttle glowing with multicolored light swept across and collided with the void ripples. Boom! 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 The void exploded, and terrifying energy shockwaves swept through the entire square. The battle between the two of them could be said to be the strongest battle below the heavenly venerable level. Just the energy shockwaves alone could kill a desolate level Tao Lord. However, the strange thing was that the seemingly ordinary scenery, stone sculptures, and fake mountains were intact under the energy shockwaves, as if they were indestructible. You're also a half-step heavenly venerable. Tao Lord Tuoye's eyes narrowed, filled with shock and fear. On the other side, the heavenly feather race, corpse race, demon race, and Tao Lord Xianglu of the human race were also shocked by Jiang Xi's sudden attack when they entered the stone door earlier. Jiang Xi's performance was still normal under the joint attack of Tao Lord Yinglong and Tao Lord Xianglu and did not attract anyone's attention. Now, all the Tao Lords present instantly understood that Tao Lord Mountain Sea was truly sinister. He had hidden too deeply. If not for the human-shaped stone sculpture in the square, no one would have thought of attacking the human experts. Then, Tao Lord Mountain Sea would probably really hide until the end and become the final winner. Kill. Kill the humans first. Tao Lord Shifang said coldly. The opportunity here has yet to appear. Perhaps it can only be summoned with the blood of the human race. Tao Lord Dark Sea laughed coldly. Kill. The other Tao Lords attacked at the same time. The battle erupted again. Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jin Lan of the Heavenly Feather race and Tao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse race continued to attack Tao Lord Xiang Lu of the human race of the third universe. As for Tao Lord Ing Long of the demon race of the second universe, he came with Tao Lord Tua Yi to kill Jiang Xi. Roar! The gigantic Ing Long flapped his wings and instantly stirred up a shocking gust of wind. The gust of wind attacked Jiang Xi like blades. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, either leave this place or die here. Tao Lord Tua Yi said loudly and waved his hand to form a gigantic red lotus fist seal. Boom! 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 Ha! Good timing! Jiang Xi laughed loudly. The long shuttle in his hand flew and destroyed more than half of the wind blades and fist seals. Only a small portion of the attacks landed on his body. In a 1 versus 2 situation, he was only slightly disadvantaged. Furthermore, with his physical defense, the remaining half of the attacks did little damage to him. What a strong body! What a strong defense! Tao Lord Tua Yi and Tao Lord Ing Long were shocked. At the same time, they realized that they probably could not do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea today. This person had hidden too deeply and his strength had increased too quickly. 1,000 years ago, in the battle at Mount Xianhuang, Tao Lord Mountain Sea almost killed Tao Lord Flying Feather instantly. Because of this, many factions in Chaos Sea re-evaluated Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength. He was in existence close to a half-step heavenly venerable. However, they did not expect that after 1,000 years, Tao Lord Mountain Sea's strength would increase again and reach the half-step heavenly venerable level. On the other side, Tao Lord Xiang Lu of the third universe's human race had also hidden his strength. Originally, he was an ordinary universe Tao Lord. Now, the strength he displayed was close to a half-step heavenly venerable. Under the siege of Tao Lord Shifang and the other experts, although Tao Lord Xiang Lu seemed to be in a sorry state, he was not in any danger of death. The situation fell into a stalemate. Right at this moment, the human-shaped stone statue in the middle of the square suddenly changed. Buzz, layers of blood-red halos appeared from all parts of the human-shaped stone statue's body. At the same time, the aura of a heavenly venerable rose once again. This commotion caused Jiang Xi and the other Tao Lords who were fighting to stop at the same time and looked at the human-shaped stone statue hurriedly. The blood-red halo on the surface of the human-shaped stone statue became extremely dense in the blink of an eye. Then, the blood-red halo gathered into a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. Swoosh, a blurry figure slowly appeared in the blood-red pillar of light. Then, it became incomparably clear like a real person. Black-patterned scarlet armor and a halberd. His face was like a jade sculpture and his eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss, enchanting. He was like a true god descending into the world, as though he did not belong to this world and was an unknown existence. At the same time, the aura emitted by the human-shaped stone statue finally reached a peak and broke through a certain limit. Boom! That aura that had broken through the limits brought with it a terrifying pressure that instantly covered the entire square, causing all the experts present to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if there was a natural law between heaven and earth that caused them to involuntarily submit and worship this figure. It's that human-shaped stone statue. Is he still alive? This isn't a heavenly venerable. This is a supreme. Heavens, this is the supreme ruins. At this moment, be it Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tua Yi, Tao Lord Xiang Lu, the experts from the Heavenly Feather race and Corpse race from the first universe, or the Demon race from the second universe, all of them fell into a frenzy. The Supreme Ruins could definitely be called the best fortuitous opportunity in the entire Chaos Sea since countless eras. Chapter 607. The huge square was filled with oddly shaped landscapes, stone sculptures, and fake mountains. In the center of the square, a tall human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly shot up into the sky and condensed into a figure wearing battle armor and holding a halberd. The aura that spread out from the human-shaped stone sculpture also broke through a certain limit and surpassed the heavenly venerate level. At the same time, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire square, causing Jiang Xi and the others to not dare to move. They only looked at the terrifying figure respectfully. The blood-red pillar of light that shot up into the sky began to shrink and fuse into the red-armored figure's body, finally disappearing completely. The red-armored figure also became clearer. The black-patterned battle armor and halberd also became like real objects, and the patterns on them could be seen clearly. It was as if he was stepping on a staircase, slowly walking down from the sky and arriving in front of Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, and the other experts. At that moment, Dao Lord Yinglong, who was the largest, had shrunk under that invisible pressure. He was about the same size as Jiang Xi and the others. The red-armored figure was very tall, close to 10,000 meters. He stood there and looked down at them. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss and were filled with indifference. Then, he said, "My name is 8 Clouds. You can call me Divine General 8 Clouds." Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Shifang, and the other experts did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Divine General 8 Clouds." At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Divine General. It sounded like the ranks in the army. Could it be that this Divine General 8 Clouds was the leader of a powerful army countless eras ago? Then how powerful was this force? A Divine General surpassed the heavenly venerate level. What about those with higher statuses? Did their strength surpass the Divine General 8 Clouds? The Divine General 8 Clouds did not care about what they thought. Instead, he continued coldly, "Juniors of the endless calamity era in the Chaos Sea, when you see me, I've already fallen for who knows how many calamities. Back then, when I followed the Celestial Emperor on that final path, I knew that the chances of survival were not high." Celestial Emperor. Hearing this, the eyes of all the experts lit up. Jiang Xi's heart was also moved. He thought of the path on earth in the images he saw. Countless powerful immortals followed an emperor on a path to the heavens. Was the Imperial Emperor mentioned by the 8 Clouds Divine General the same person as the Imperial Emperor on earth? Riverward guessed in his heart. The 8 Clouds Divine General continued, "As expected, the path we have embarked on is the final and most difficult path. Even the strongest monarch and the strongest supreme treasure will still fail. I expected failure, but I will not be a deserter. I am the 8 Clouds Divine General of the primordial realm. I have my own glory. It's just that I don't want to sever Yakin's legacy." The 8 Clouds General's voice gradually deepened. "I, the 8 Clouds General, am the 183rd 8 Clouds and the only successor. My ancestors have all died in battle. I don't know how long this legacy has been passed down to my generation. If I die, the inheritance will be severed in my hands. Then, I will have let down my ancestors. I can die, but the legacy of the 8 Clouds cannot be severed. Therefore, before we set off, I requested the Imperial Emperor to build and modify this void world so that it can reappear in the Chaos Sea after the Infinite Calamity era and continue the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage. Juniors, if you are afraid, leave now. It will be more and more dangerous later." Especially at the end, when you come into contact with the true legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage, only the one who obtains the legacy can survive. If none of you can obtain the legacy, then all of you will perish. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be. The later you leave, especially when you come into contact with a trace of the legacy. Other than the 8 Clouds of the past, any other living being who covets the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage will die without a doubt. Make your choice, juniors." The 8 Clouds Divine General finished speaking with an indifferent gaze. His tone did not fluctuate at all. Then, he closed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire square was stifling. The 7 experts present, including Jiang Xi, had craziness, excitement, worry, hesitation, and many other emotions in their eyes. Legacy. This was a legacy that could truly drive many factions in the Chaos Sea crazy. Why were the 9 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race so powerful? It was because they had obtained the legacy of a heavenly venerate ruins. Once the 9 sacred lords joined forces, they could unleash a powerful force that could sweep across the Chaos Sea. It could be said that the most precious thing in the Chaos Sea was a complete legacy that could allow one to cultivate from low to high levels. And this time, the legacy was the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage. From the words of the 8 Clouds divine general, it could be inferred that this should be a powerful civilization from an unknown era. It was an extremely powerful lineage of that civilization. There was only one successor in each generation. The 8 Clouds divine general. 8 Clouds was a name, and the divine general was an official rank. For him to be able to follow the emperor to the final path, it was obvious that his status in that civilization was very high. This meant that the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage was very precious. The 8 Clouds divine general knew that he would die, but he still wanted to leave the legacy behind. It could be imagined that among the ancestors of this ancient legacy that had lasted for an unknown period of time, there might be someone stronger than the current 8 Clouds. Therefore, one could not judge this legacy based on the strength of the 8 Clouds divine general. Perhaps there was a higher realm in this legacy, but the current 8 Clouds had not reached it. The square was silent. The voice of the 8 Clouds divine general still echoed in everyone's ears. Tao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan of the Heavenly Feather Race in the First Universe. Tao Lord Minghai of the Corpse Race. Tao Lord Inglong of the Demon Race in the Second Universe. Tao Lord Xiang Lu of the Human Race in the Third Universe. Jiang Xi of the Fourth Universe. Everyone's eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. Are we going or not? I come from the sacred land universe and am not afraid of the calamity. I can exist eternally in the Chaos Sea and never die. If we go, we will be in danger of dying. If we don't go, we will miss this opportunity that we can't even ask for. However, even the powerful civilization that the 8 Clouds divine general came from has disappeared. Can the sacred land universe really exist eternally? Tao Lord Tuoyi frowned. Back then, the sacred masters only obtained Empyrean-level legacies in the myriad world ruins. It allowed the Heavenly Feather Race to become the 3rd largest power in the Chaos Sea, second only to the 2 sacred land universes. The legacy in front of them came from an even stronger ancient civilization. It sounds like the 8 Clouds divine general isn't the strongest existence. There are even stronger emperors above them. However, I can feel that the 8 Clouds lineage is also a unique existence in that ancient civilization. It's absolutely noble. However, the difficulty of such a legacy can be imagined. Tao Lord Shenfang's eyes flowed with divine light, looking extremely sacred. A chance. A chance to surpass the Empyrean level and reach eternity. Tao Lord Ming Xi's face was filled with madness, and his corpse aura was faintly rising. The 8 Clouds divine general is very similar to the human race. This might be my chance, but... Tao Lord Xiang Li's handsome face was also somewhat hesitant. The strong people present were all struggling, deep in thought, weighing the gains and losses of life and death. Jiang Xi was also hesitating. His eyes flickered, and the aura around his body became stronger and stronger. He originally thought that he was just going to see if there were any true treasures on the way. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter the emergence of a ruin, and accidents would happen one after another. From the outside, it looked like a Tao Lord's ruin, but after entering, it changed continuously and became a supreme ruin. However, was this really just a supreme ruin? From the words of the 8 Clouds divine general, he could vaguely guess that supremes didn't seem to be the strongest at the peak of cultivation. This way, the 8 clouds' inheritance seemed even more precious. Inheritances moved people's hearts, but there was also the danger of death. Although Jiang Xi had a clone, since the 8 clouds' divine general dared to say that he would definitely die if he spied on the inheritance of his lineage. One could imagine that with the methods of the 8 clouds' divine general, the punishment that would befall would definitely not be as simple as dealing with a clone. Instead, all the original bodies and clones would fall and die completely. Should I go or not? Jiang Xi thought to himself. It hasn't even been 100,000 years since I started cultivating. Even if I didn't have this opportunity, I still wouldn't have been able to survive. With the experience points panel, it would be easy to become a Tao Lord or a Heavenly Venerable. There's also hope for me to become a Supreme in the future. However, once I accept this inheritance, it's hard to say whether I'll live or die. Should I go or not? Jiang Xi asked himself again. Phew, so what if I'm a Supreme? Qing Shuang's clan once had 7 Holy Land universes, which were the 7 Supremes. They all fell in the great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. I'm afraid it's difficult for an eternal Supreme to be eternal. He will still be crushed to death by a stronger existence. The 8 clouds' divine general should be stronger than a Supreme. There are even stronger imperial emperors above him, but they also fell. I don't know how many powerful civilizations were born in the Chaos Sea during the Endless Calamity era, but who can live forever? Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the 8 clouds' divine general who was nearly 10,000 meters tall. His eyes were filled with determination and desire. This is an opportunity. It's obvious that the inheritance of the 8 clouds lineage is ranked at the top of the powerful civilization that can step onto the final path. It's an extremely precious inheritance. Perhaps, among the ancestors of the 8 clouds, there were powerhouses who were close to the peak of cultivation. If I can obtain this inheritance, I might be able to see a further path, a path higher than a Supreme. With the guidance of the inheritance and the experience points panel, I'll definitely walk higher than the previous 8 clouds. Just as the powerhouses in the square were weighing and struggling, suddenly, an aura appeared out of nowhere. Lian Xian, since you want to come out, I'll let you come out. What you choose is your own business, Tao Lord Shifang said in a deep voice. Beside him and Tao Lord Jinlan, another Tao Lord from the Heavenly Feather race appeared. It was Tao Lord Lian Xian, who had been hiding in the Flying True Treasure. He was originally Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan's trump card and would only appear at the end. However, he saw everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Naturally, he couldn't help but show up. Whoosh! Another figure appeared beside him, emitting a dense and eerie corpse aura. It was another powerhouse from the corpse race. Yin Xian, this is an unprecedented opportunity. I won't stop you. Tao Lord Dark Sea had a complicated expression. The 2 corpse race powerhouses had also hidden a lot, however, they couldn't hide it anymore. I know. Tao Lord Yin Xian nodded. This way, there were originally only 7 Tao Lords in the square, but now there were 9. Do you have any helpers? Tao Lord Shifang glanced at Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xianglu and Tao Lord Yinglong, the 4 lone travelers. I've always been alone in Chaos Sea, Tao Lord Tuoyi shook his head. I'm alone as well, Jiang Xi said. Me too. Same. Tao Lord Xianglu and Tao Lord Yinglong nodded as well. Haha, 3 from the Heavenly Feather race and 2 from the Corpse race in the first universe. 1 from the second, third and fourth universes as well as my Red Lotus sacred ground. Therefore, there are a total of 9 experts. Apart from the number 1 faction of Chaos Sea, Great Sky sacred ground, experts from the other universes have appeared here. Indeed, the laws of heaven and earth are fair. Tao Lord Tuoyi laughed. However, this choice isn't easy, right? An opportunity like this can be considered as the top opportunity in Chaos Sea. Even my Red Lotus sacred ground has never heard of such a mysterious inheritance. There are some ordinary inheritances, but none of them can compare to this Ba Ba Yun Cheng. Even if there are dangers in those ordinary inheritances, they won't be able to threaten me. However, if the means left behind by the divine general of 8 clouds were to be unleashed, even heavenly venerates might not be able to withstand it. Tao Lord Tuoyi scanned the experts with a cold gaze. Everyone, you have to consider carefully. Do you want to stay and accept the inheritance? The Tao Lord's hearts skipped a beat. That was because although his words seemed to be a kind reminder, there was a faint threat in them. Right at that moment, the divine general of 8 clouds opened his eyes once more. His eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether as he looked down at the 9 experts. Juniors, are you leaving? Or are you staying? Have you made a decision? Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts knew in their hearts that this was probably just a wisp of consciousness or an illusion left behind by the divine general of 8 clouds. It was like some sort of artificial intelligence program and not the divine general of 8 clouds himself. The true divine general of 8 clouds should have died long ago. The divine general of 8 clouds waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiang Xi and the others did not speak or show any signs of leaving, he stretched out his right hand and pointed gently at the red fog that enveloped the square. Instantly, the red fog that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. A stone path paved with limestone broke through the red fog and slowly condensed, extending towards an unknown place. If you're willing to accept the inheritance, step onto this path. The divine general of 8 clouds said indifferently, I'll choose you according to the method of the 8 clouds lineage choosing successors. As you pass the many tests, you will come into contact with the inheritance step by step. Once you come into contact with the inheritance, it will be a life and death crisis. If you successfully accept all the inheritances, you will be able to survive. If you fail, no matter how many inheritances you receive, whether it's 1 or 99, you will die. Juniors, consider carefully. If you're afraid now, you can leave immediately. Once the passageway is opened, it will not close. You can also invite your clansmen and friends over. The more inheritors, the better. That way, a new generation of 8 clouds will be born. The divine general of 8 clouds swept his gaze across Jiang Xi and the other Tao lords. Make your choice. Immediately after, his figure disappeared. All that was left was the stone path that was paved with blue stones, quietly lying in the violently rolling red fog. The calamity is coming, but we have such an opportunity. Tao Lord Darksea's eyes lit up. With the ancient civilization's methods, if we can obtain this inheritance even if we don't have the path of eternity, we can still become an eternal paragon and establish a third Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh! Tao Lord Darksea transformed into a pale stream of light and flew directly into the limestone path. His body was instantly drowned by the red fog. Once the calamity arrives, all those who haven't attained eternity will die. How can we miss such an opportunity? Tao Lord Raindragon growled and charged into the stone path. This is an opportunity for the human race. It should belong to the human race of the third universe. Tao Lord Xiang Lu chuckled and took a step forward, entering as well, Jin Lan. Shifang. The Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race smiled at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination as they stepped onto the stone path as well. Ha, the calamity is coming. It doesn't matter if we die sooner or later. Why don't we take the risk? Tao Lord Lian Xian of the Heavenly Feather race laughed and followed in. In just a moment, only Tao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land and Jiang Xi of the Fourth Universe were left in the square. Shanhai, are you going? Tao Lord Tuoyi asked Jiang Xi. What about you? Jiang Xi asked. Tao Lord Tuoye's eyes were misty as he said softly, such a powerful civilization has already disappeared. So what if it's eternal? I've already lived through many calamity eras. I've seen everything that I should see. I've lived enough. This is a rare inheritance. If I miss it, I'll definitely regret it. This adventure might be the biggest adventure in my life. Whether I succeed or fail, even if I die in the adventure, it's worth it. Ha, I'll go first. Dao Lord Tuoyi was extremely carefree. He quickly entered the limestone path. Only Jiang Ci was left in the entire square. With the EXP panel, I can steadily rise to an extremely high level and even reach the peak of the cultivation path. But what if I'm just a leak of a powerful existence? Will I be harvested one day in the future? There are many secrets hidden in the EXP panel. I can't let it control me for the rest of my life. Even if the inheritance in front of me can't reach the peak of the cultivation path, it's definitely very close. Then I'll give it a try. Maybe I can find a stronger path. I'll bet everything and take a gamble. Whoosh! Jiang Ci also rushed into the limestone path, his body covered by the churning red fog. Walking on this stone path, there was a feeling of space-time distortion, as if he was flying in a universe passage. After an unknown period of time. Whoosh! His eyes suddenly lit up. After stepping on the limestone path, there was another square in front of him. It was paved with white jade and a faint sacred intent spread out at that moment. Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Shifang, Dao Lord Dark Sea, Dao Lord Yinglong and the other experts were waiting in the square. When Jiang Ci appeared, their attention was attracted. Shoo! Jiang Ci flew over. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you've cultivated for less than 100,000 years. It's an extremely short period of time and yet you dare to come here. Dao Lord Tuoyi laughed. We were just discussing if you would come, you've cultivated for such a short period of time and have such high achievements. Actually, there's no need for you to take the risk with us. You can retreat now. Dao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather race smiled kindly, as though Jiang Ci was not an enemy of the Heavenly Feather race. Since I'm here, there's no reason to retreat. Jiang Ci's expression was indifferent. Humph. He's just sending himself to his death. Dao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse race said coldly. Since this junior insists on sending himself to his death, there's no need to care about him, Dao Lord Yin Miao, who was also of the Corpse race, said coldly. The Corpse race was a crazy and cold race to begin with. They would only be united among their own race and were hostile to outsiders. This was especially so for Jiang Ci who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years, they were extremely wary and jealous. In fact, be it Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Dark Sea, all of them were extremely wary of Jiang Ci since they chose to take this risk in a vain attempt to obtain the inheritance. They knew very well that the selection of inheritors would typically focus on aptitude, comprehension etc. A junior who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years was already on the same level as them who had cultivated for countless epochs. In fact, he might even be stronger. Who would the Eight Clouds Divine General choose in the end? The answer was already very obvious. Right now, they could only hope that the methods left behind by the Eight Clouds Divine General could not determine how long the experts present had lived. However, they only felt that the Eight Clouds Divine General was unfathomable and therefore did not have much confidence. Naturally, they hoped that Jiang Ci would retreat as soon as possible. While Jiang Ci and the others were exchanging words in secret. Suddenly, a scarlet-armored figure appeared on the square that was paved with white jade. It was the Eight Clouds Divine General. All 9 of you are here. The Eight Clouds Divine General glanced at Jiang Ci and the others before nodding. Now, let's begin the first selection. Selection. Jiang Ci, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglu, Dao Lord Shifang and the other experts felt uneasy. None of them could be sure if they would pass the selection. Rise. The 8 clouds divine general pointed to the center of the white jade square. Rumble. Boom. A gigantic altar rose slowly from the square. It was filled with complicated and mysterious patterns and emitted an extremely ancient aura. One by one, the 8 clouds divine general said indifferently. The 9 Tao lords present exchanged glances. Who would be the first to go? The altar was filled with mysterious patterns. Who knew what formation it contained and if it was dangerous? For a moment, no one was willing to be the first to attempt it. You, go in. The 8 clouds divine general pointed at Tao Lord Tuoyi. This is just the beginning of the selection. Tao Lord Tuoyi will definitely succeed. That's right. With his half-step heavenly venerable strength, it shouldn't be difficult. The experts of the heavenly feather race and the corpse race from the first universe, Tao Lord Ing Long from the second universe, and Tao Lord Xiang Lu from the fourth universe heaved a sigh of relief and began to tease. Tao Lord Tuoyi merely chuckled and did not say anything. He took a step forward and entered the altar. Immediately after, the complicated patterns on the altar lit up with red light. A thick red fog rose and enveloped the entire altar. Powerful energy fluctuations circulated at high speed. The thick red fog almost formed a light screen, blocking vision and spiritual sense probing. What's happening inside? Jiang Ci was also a little nervous. Selection. What was the selection? What was the standard? Everything was still unknown. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.